think we're good. Oh, hold up. I think my chat's messed up. I have to fix that. Because this time, we are streaming in not 21:9 aspect ratio. A regular aspect ratio for once. So, let's fix this. Let's see, we have Silver Palace up, that's good. That's great. Now, where is the... And remove... I think we're good here. Hopefully. Let me do a quick, let's see, test. Alright, we got the chat working fine. I'm having double chats though, which is a little bit awkward. Where's this, where's my second chat coming from? This one can go. Okay, sweet. And now, I think we're good to continue. Ben! Oh my god! Ben Lee! It's been a real while, hasn't it? Oh, good seeing some familiar faces. Alright. Let me play. Okay, I got chat now is here to the side, so I can read, which is great. Because I can have everything in the fat real estate that I got here on the let's see, what's that link? Oh, the Master Rank interview. Back in the day, indeed, the good old Lost Ark. Alright. Now, hopefully, everything here is okay. Alright. I'll just do a quick stream check on Twitch and on YouTube. Alright, seems like we're good on Twitch. And we're good on YouTube. Alright, sweet. We can start, or continue, rather, from where we left off last time. The Silver Palace. Hopefully I'll try to ramble a bit less and actually play the game, because I was just talking way too much last time. How's the combat so far? I actually quite like it. It's a bit... I think there are certain parts which can certainly use work. Characters, it's a bit annoying because I can't actually test things. Actually, maybe I can talk about the combat while I do the dailies thing, simulation. Actually, I'll do one experience, and I can show it. But I got me in I got Leno on the Twitch follows. And yeah, Lost Ark. No, I'm gotcha boy. Yeah, the lobby screen is pretty solid. I think the art direction that they take with this game is really, really good. But like combat overall, it's I quite like it. I think it's quite distinct. So you see that there's like 3 little triangles here, and this is kind of like a Wuthering Waves-esque intro skill. Once that kind of goes up, you can dodge attacks, and you can also parry by pressing space when you get attacked like that. And characters, you have your basic attacks. If you press basic, you have your charge attacks. If you forward basic, and you then have like your individual skills. But the thing is that most skills in this game for characters are, well, guns, right? It's like a shooter. But you can see this is like a little pea shooter. This feels like really underwhelming in comparison to the kind of the melee hits, or the charge attacks, which are a lot more interesting. And you also have a kind of Dark Souls finisher. Once you build the little stagger meter that these characters have, right, like that, and you go into this cool little finisher, which does have a cooldown though. You can't spam that on multiple enemies. Overall, I think it's a really fulfilling game to play. I quite enjoy it. I think it feels a little bit floaty, it feels a little bit stiff, but nothing that they can't fix. Fundamentally, the combat, I think, good. What matters. Am I from the States? No, I am from Brazil. I was born in Brazil. I've lived most of my life in the UK, so I'm more British than Brazilian, to be honest. What's up, Artsy? I am indeed gaming again, doing some more Silver Palace, continuing from yesterday. My addicting enthusiasm on stream PvP. I get very into PvP, to be honest. If PvP wasn't so time consuming, I'd be. Oh, I did not want to do that. But take it. PvP wasn't so time consuming, I'd probably be playing. I mean, what is it? Deadlock, for example. That seems pretty sick. Supervive is one that I was interested in, but that unfortunately kind of went to hell. So like, that ended up failing, which is quite sad because I really like Battle Right as well, and there's just. I don't understand why top-down games, PvPs, just don't do well, despite being really, really fun and having a great aesthetic. But it is what it is. Oh, is this a new quest? Or is it just a chapter? Okay. Boom.
Faster.
Double alive. I am indeed. I am double alive. Are you going to chat separately? But yeah, it's like Jason does that too, I believe. I think there's one thing that's really weird with this game, which is I'm playing this game on windowed, so I can do it in 21:9. But my mouse is, as I move the mouse, it actually comes out of the screen. So the mouse is actually not locked into the game. You move up and down. Just quite weird. I just think this may be to do with my taskbar. If I hide my taskbar, properties, let me just fix my taskbar real quick. So I can hide it. Taskbar settings and Windows. Because I'm not going to be seeing any of this, but where is it? Hide system tray. Taskbar behaviors. Automatically hide the taskbar. Yep. It is not hiding my taskbar for some reason, which is very annoying. Oh, whatever. It's defaulting my taskbar on my secondary monitor as opposed to in my main monitor, which is really weird. Normally, if the settings that I set for a taskbar should apply to the same monitors. Whatever. Okay. Alright. The game is pretty. It is very pretty. I think the aesthetics of this game are the most appealing part of it. Don't stream both because bandwidth could handle it. To be honest, I'm even trying like messing around with what's this? I'm trying messing around with bit rates, seeing if I can do like distinct bit rates to get the best setting. But I have like 2 gigabit per second upload, so you bet I'm going all out for streaming. I'm going to host the last PvP tournament of Lost Ark. I have like reinstalled the game, to be honest. I could try, but to be honest, I'm just not into Lost Ark anymore. It's been such a long time since I played it. So I think I might just let it be. Let the other ones handle it. How do you feel about everyone calling you handsome? I'm very flattered. It really boosts my ego. I blush. IRL blush. Some people in your stream? Okay. Could try auto cursor lock or jump monitor 2 to lock a cursor? Yeah, I could probably try something like that. It's a bit weird because it works fine on sideways, but when it's up and down, it has pretty weird behavior. Oh, I'm getting stomped. Just the thing is, like, technically you're meant to camera in this game's a bit weird as well because parry. I should probably swap to this guy because he does a lot of stagger. I can use him to build a stun bar. And he has a really cool dodge effect as well, where if you dodge for a parry, you get a unique kind of attack like that, which you get very sweet.
I'll take care of this.
Oh, just about. Sweet. Just in time. And you can see that the daze bar, right, or the stun bar, is not increasing, it's just constantly reducing. That's because you have like 2 stagger states. You have the build up to it. Then you have the, okay, this might be the first time in which I see a full automated, right? We built to overheat. Where the fuck did he go? But you have to essentially wait until that expires again. Yeah, okay, this start spot thing is making it really awkward to play. I keep all-tabbing away by accident. I have to take some time after this to properly fix the taskbar.
Stop! Youth, you'll never learn.
Oh, that was a little early. The cancel I wanted. I can hold charge, into charge attack, swap into the entry skill. Good again.
Still trying to disturb the peace.
Got another stun.
Out of my way.
Alright, entry skill, into the stagger finisher. I did not get her secondary ultimate though because I griefed. You can ultimate twice with this character if you build everyone else. I think this is the first time I've had one enemy that hasn't like instantly died, which is actually pretty solid. I'm actually getting fully healed.
I'll take care of this.
Alright, let's go for
Reset the board.
Detective's ultimate, this version. Just slows down time. Into the charge attack finisher. Sweet. Right, now I will fix the stance bar. Let's see. I've heard so far as very style of a substance. I mean, I think style is substance a lot of the time, to be honest. The character designs are great. I think the combat system for the game is actually pretty fine. Yeah, let's see. Also, when you made your Haru video, I actually did a background check out of curiosity. Yeah, exactly. My face is no surprise. Light up thunder? Kind of, yeah, because he's actually like a stunner character as well, which is pretty interesting. If you tried out the controller controls for this game, I have not. I tend to just play mouse and keyboard. I'm not too fond of controls. Before I walk into that, I have to fix this mouse. And yeah, he does have just the slam down lighter road. Is this a game that I'm working on? I mean, it's just a game that I'm playing, I suppose, but it's something that I plan on making content for. Well, it depends, right? So far I've enjoyed it. So far I think the game's pretty good. So, the more, you know, as they improve the game, as we get future betas, hopefully I'll make it to them as well. In fact, you can get a guaranteed beta access if you complete the game, right? If you answer like some surveys, which hopefully we'll be doing either today or tomorrow, and plan on making content for it in the future. Camera's a bit too zoomed in. It is. I agree with that. It's very hard to see what's going on around you, especially when there's lots of enemies. Do all characters have their own range weapons? Not necessarily. Some characters, like the Lightning Lighter, only has the gauntlet, so he does not have a gun. But Alf has a gun, so you know. Mayo Astolfo has a shotgun. Mayo Miyabi has like the cane turns into a gun as well, which is pretty cool. She has like a machine gun. Cinderella has a machine gun, which is great. And of course, Detective has a pistol, so he's sick. Lightning Lighter, exactly. Let's switch. And to be honest, playing other games, I wish I could do more of. It's just that there is no time, busy, everything's busy. Okay, I'm walking around and talking. Right now, I should unlock taskbar, go to properties once again, and just hide the taskbar currently. Let's see. Taskbar settings. Once again. Okay, nice. Now I'm getting it. It still brings up the taskbar even when it's hidden. It's a bit annoying. It has to be some way of... can I resize the game, actually, is my question here. I can just get the game to not, like, get in the way of the... pain in the ass to get this taskbar thing to work, but, well. Now, if I just move my taskbar to the left, then I can probably work. But... Okay, sweet. I fixed it. I got it fixed. Sweet. That's great. We got it. MCB and Revolver Gunslinger brings out my Swords of Billy May. And it's a really sick revolver too, you know. Almost kind of Red Dead. You just like do your quick shots, which is pretty sick. Art directions like Reverse 1999, but the character design is very Genshin. I disagree, actually. I don't think the character design is that Genshin. I mean, some of them are, right? But I feel I wouldn't. I feel like this is pretty down to earth as a design, like Lauren. It's not something that I'd expect out of Genshin. I think the detective is like as Reverse 1999 as you get in terms of design. I think she's probably my favorite character design out of the lot. Cinderella doesn't really feel. Genshin feels more Honkai, if anything, and I do fuck with some of the Honkai designs. So, what was it? Aglaia is what she reminded me of with the Soul Cinder sword. And then you have what's her name? Bertho. That's definitely not like a Genshin design, and I really fuck with the aesthetics of this character. So, feels way more Wuthering Waves than Genshin. I agree. It does have a more like flatter tones, less contrast, and I like it. I do prefer Kuro design. Oh damn! Just go out for a kick right like that. Okay. Oh right, I accidentally swapped characters. She's like level 1, I think it was, or level 2, so she has very little. I don't really understand how this character works in full, because if you use a right click, which is a little gauge, you're meant to be able to consume your health, and you know you do that, which gives you a strong like team buff. Oh my god, okay, that's pretty sick. Let's go. But you're meant to get that instantly if you parry enemies with her attack. But I never succeeded in doing it. Okay, hold on, I'm actually going to die here. Holy shit. She takes damage because she consumes the health for attacks. Which is part of the reason. Wow, it was so low, I should hope. And not just skill issue. Thankfully though, this guy, which is Mio Miyabi, the attacks, has a healing skill. You see it? That heals Miss Doctor once again. Alright. Should probably use my leveled characters, because otherwise I'm not gonna kill anybody at this point. So let's go to the detective and actually spend some experience materials. The damage! The camera is really off-putting. It's way too close to the characters. I really can't tell when I'm even attacking, which is a bit frustrating.
Keep the income flowing.
They have the Wooer, Renacida type of designs more than Genshin's. Over detailing. I mean, they have a lot of like trimmings, like
what's broken has been mended.
Kind of special little. It's a bit annoying because I can't. How do I get a close look at the characters? I need to find a wall. Because I know Genshin designs can be very noisy, and I don't like that. And I guess she does have all of these kind of accessories, these like little gold things. But I think they work in a cool way, right? In like the belt, the bullet belt, I think is really cool. The way the skirts kind of fades out into like charred remains, I think is really good. You have this, like, her skin is almost like it's breaking apart with the fire. And I think these little designs, they don't feel noisy. They just feel good, I think. So I actually like Cinderella, although her design is a little bit not as subtle as some of the other characters. I think it works out. Did you Yakuza Scout style asking for fights in the middle of the day in public? You can, yeah, you can identify people as well, and they may be enemies if the map starts glowing. Essentially, that's your cue to be, hold on, there's a werewolf that's hiding and masquerading as a person, so you can just go and hit them. The camera really wants the character to always be on the left? It does, yeah. I'm okay with that. I don't think that in itself is a problem. I think it's okay to have like an angled camera, but I don't like how close it is to everything. It doesn't give you much of a view of combat or of the environment around you. Just a bit frustrating. Teal? Oh, I don't even have to interact with it, it's just automatic. Is there a gadget for this closed beta test? Not so far, or at least I haven't experienced any. It's only been, we've been handed out characters for free. All the characters so far have been free. Oh, just given through mail and stuff like that, or events. So, I don't think there is any gacha taking place at the moment. Like,
Be kept in the dark.
let's see. Suddenly Notebook. It's probably a Red Rose. I would bet that has infiltrated the mansion once again. Oh, that was Alf's Notebook, okay. But exactly, she couldn't read or write, but that's pretty interesting. Common fact or scattering. This is not particularly indicative of what the dialogue option is going to be, but let's go with that. Explain it in the detailed way. Best to bring her to an open space like a park. Alright, it's the hangout event time. Yay. Wait, am I... That's not the right door. Like, look at how close this is to the character. Like, I understand, like, okay, we're indoors, so you do want to get, like, a bit of a zoom into the character, but damn, it's, like, it's too close, even. It'd be nice if I had a little bit of control over the camera. Do we have control over the camera, actually? Just graphic settings. Is that, like, camera settings? Sensitivity? Aim assist. The aim assist is a bit wonky, actually. Enhanced lock-on. Keep it off for now. That seems to be nothing that I'll take away the character camera movement correction and see what that does. Makes it a little bit better. But it's very up close. I'm a PvP guy. I used to be, but now I'm a PvE guy because PvP takes so long. You have to get good at PvP, like really good. And like technically, I like doing that for any kind of game, including PvE games. I don't think I'm a terrible player when it comes to yeah, just walk up and fight somebody. I don't think I consider myself, you know, a somewhat decent player of like Zenless and stuff like that. But... Oh, and I have to change here again because I have to go into. Oh, there we go. There's the parry. That works. But the thing with like a single player game is, well, I choose when to do my grinding, right, or when to get good. I can skip a season, for example. I can skip like a boss this time if I'm not feeling like it. It's a lot more forgiving than PvP, where every moment that you're not playing is a moment that you're getting worse and dropping down the ranks and decaying and stuff like that. Not to mention that most of PvP games nowadays, they're all team games. Even Lost Ark that I played, it's not something that you play solo, and that's really frustrating because I want to be able to like not need a pre-made team to. Oh, that's the secondary ornament. That's pretty sick, actually. She's got the Berserker, the Lost Ark Berserker chain attack. Sorry, the chains that come out on the Awakening as well. That's great. That's bringing back some memories. But yeah, the thing with PvP is it's just a lot more demanding of time than a PvE game, even if you are trying to like grind out runs in a PvE game. What's up, love? How you doing? Oh, doesn't help that. Oh, yeah, right from the Cinderella thing. My favorite PvP MMO? I mean, Lost Ark probably is the one that I was most invested in. Is that the official trailer for the game spoils what Cinderella is? I mean, to be honest, it spoiled even at the very beginning. We kind of fight her as part of the tutorial, the tutorial is like a boss fight with her, and I think they show the name, the boss name within the fight itself. I have to double check, but I think they make it very, very obvious. Let's not bully the kid. But I think they make it quite obvious that she's gonna be like the antagonist here. It's interesting how before yesterday everything was voiced, but now there is no voices whatsoever. So I think they ran out of the voice budget at this point. Yeah, to be honest, there's a lot of PvP MMOs that I played previously. I used to play Elsword. I used to play Grand Chase. I used to play Closes. You know, a lot of these kind of side-scroller MMOs. Like I played Final Fantasy XIV's PvP. I played Blade and Soul. Actually, I really like Blade and Soul's PvP. Blade and Soul's PvP was really, really good. But the problem is that it was very counterclassy. So I'd be playing Assassin, and I'd fight a Kung Fu master, and it'd be like, okay, I automatically win. It doesn't matter how good you are. It's like it is not possible for you to beat me. But then I come across a summoner, and it's like, okay, I automatically lose. There is nothing that I can do. And I played Warlock. It's funny because I used to play Warlock, and back in the day there was a class called what is it? It was Destroyer, which everyone's like, oh my god, Warlock shits on Destroyer, but I really struggled with Destroyer. I actually found it a harder matchup. Whereas there was another class that Warlock supposedly got hard countered by. Like, it was very difficult for Warlock to fight Force Master, but I didn't actually struggle that much with it, so I mained Warlock, and I think in large part that was because it wasn't a very counterclassy. It did not feel counterclassy to me. I don't think. Do I need any of this? Let's observe the oven in the bakery. I like this little system that they have, right, where you're like collecting the little. It's super simple, right? You just go and you click on this, collect the evidence. Click on this, collect on the evidence. But when you are like picking up the case files as part of the main story quest, I think it's pretty interesting. I just wish they'd make it less, well, simple. Actually get you to explore, to try and find things out of it, because the game does have some solid fundamental systems that they can play to, but they keep it super simple, and I think that's a bit of a waste of potential. If I don't do anything, does it still autoplay? It does not. Okay, so if it's not voiced, you have a manual autoplay, because that autoplay button, or they added this with the patch recently, because there was not an autoplay button yesterday, if I recall. Final Fantasy XIV PvP is terrible. It's absolute dog shit. Do not do it. It's horrific. It's I only did it for the costumes. Well, to be honest, I don't know how it is now because I don't really play FF anymore, so I can't speak for how the PvP is. Some people on stream yesterday were saying that it was actually alright now. So you never know. It's one of those things that you might have to watch some videos and give it a go yourself. If only Korean MMOs can have better progression, they have the most go to combat. I agree. Like, the fundamental combat systems that the Korean MMOs do is so good. Oh, Dungeon Fighter as well. Dungeon Fighter PvP was pretty sick. Except when you get like stuck and you just miss the enemy because you have like an RNG 5% miss chance. Oh wait.
Whoa!
I actually really like Alf's like shotgun mode. It's one of the few guns in the game that does feel. My god, she just smacks him like a shotgun like a baseball bat. I think them using weightier weapons, I think, goes a long way.
That was close.
Because like Cinderella's weapon is really bad. But the camera is really difficult to keep everything on screen at the same time. Can I hit two enemies for that? Yes, I can. Man. Headshot doesn't do anything as far as I know.
Flamethrower ready.
Alright, here we go. This, for example, it feels like really... Like, this is her ultimate, and it just hold the button. That's all it is, right? I think if there's one thing that they can improve in this game is the guns. Because there's a lot of potential in it, and I really like the idea of having guns in different characters. Man, does it need some polish. I have to actually read her kit as well, because it feels like I build up Alf's gauge by using her shot shells, it seems. Oh no, never mind. I get to use a shot shell. Or use her meter as a replacement for the shots. Get up. Oh wait, that didn't kill. That still didn't kill! Okay. now it died. Gacha games are often too scared of complexity because they don't want to drive off a wider audience. I mean, I would have agreed with you, but then I started playing Zenless on Zero, and I think, you know what? Maybe not. It's the bread, of course. They just want the bread. They want to rob the bread from us. But I do think a lot of gacha games nowadays are getting increasingly more complex. But they still, of course, have to like keep the core character kit simple. You do have... You know what? I want to believe there are more good people in this world than bad people, even though it may be idealistic. But I think for every Banyue, there's like 10 Yeshunguangs, I suppose. When it comes to complexity, there's always far more simple characters than there are complex characters. But I do think there is a market for complex characters in gacha. Or at least I think people are starting to realize it. And yeah, the complexity of guns certainly is something that could be increased without driving off players. Let's see, Grand Blue Fantasy and its HR content exists. I mean, true. GBF, like one of the OG gacha raids, gacha co-op stuff. It's co-op too, which is something that you don't see very often in gacha games, which tend to be very single player. I think Grand Blue is a bit of an outlier in that regard. Right, let's fight. Wait, no! Actually, I forgot to change characters again. I was told that I can parry by swapping. But that does not seem to be working. Let's see. So I'm not going to press spacebar, and I'm just going to change characters when they attack. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Alright. Come on. You have a flying sword? He does. That's pretty sick. Come on, do something, please! Yeah, no, I'm not getting parries on swaps. That's another thing. I do think the floatiness as well. So just like I was talking about, like the guns don't feel all that weighty. Some of them also don't feel as weighty as it could be. Like I think the animation for Meo Miyabi is a bit too slow in execution. But these are things that are really easy to fix, to be honest. They just have to change like the speed of things a little bit and just make the game a little bit feel more responsive, and it'll be great. As an Arknights player, people are definitely attracted to complexity. I mean, also that's the thing, right? Because all these gachas, they need to have some kind of an end game. So the way that they get you to log in and to spend and to be a recurrent player is, you know, your simple dailies and your events and your activities. But having something, some kind of end game, something to use your characters in, that's kind of, well, that's the draw, right? It's, if you're gonna spend, you know, thousands on dupes for a character, which is, you know, if you're gonna be a whale, which is how these games predominantly make money, you want something to use that whale character on. So I do think some degree of complexity helps. Although there's also the whole, you can even make the argument where complexity is good because you sell the solution to complexity with power. I don't like, but that's also a thing. You know, you can make, oh, you know, this is really hard, this is really difficult to clear, and so you buy power with that, right? You get your mindscapes, you get your dupes, and then you win because of that. Do not like that. I'd much prefer being able to always overcome things with skill. There's a thing that a lot of gachas don't allow you to do, unfortunately, that end up being very like stat gated. But if a game offers you the ability to overcome something with skill, I think it's the way to go. have the complexity, have skill so that people can get good at the game. And for those that are more casual and just want to spend, then, well, can bypass it with power, I suppose. Yeah, you know what? Let's help this guy. I don't think he meant parry as a proper parry, but it's an interruption of sorts. I mean, the interruption was, is just me using the entry skill thing. We'll have to see. Does this game have a clear labeled character roles, or is it more nebulous? It does have character roles. Hold up. And this is the perfect opportunity for me to change the character as well, because I want to stop her out. She's level 1, she wasn't even level 2. Damn, that was the reason why. Change my party to British Lighter, as you call it. So if I go to the individual characters,
Let's cut to the chase before you assign us.
so she is like a hero class, and Lauren is a guardian class, and then Cinderella's hero, and then Argos is witness. So witness I think is like healer, hero is DPS, guardian is like a stunner. Although it's weird because Alpha's hero, but from my understanding, she's kind of like a debuffer, so she's not like just a damage character. I really have to read her kit properly to actually understand what she does. Well, no, she does personal damage. I guess she inflicts like the little fire anomaly thingy. But
Life has not been kind to me.
Guardian, I think, is like is it a tank? It's weird because she drains her own HP.
Let's
Do you have any other no. Sorry, Guardian was like the stunner thing. That's weird, right? Because she doesn't feel like she builds that much stun. So
let's cut to the chase.
I guess maybe it feels a bit nebulous, but they do have character classes.
Only flower and a torch gun.
The city's quite pretty. It is Unreal Engine 5, baby. It is a really beautiful game. Although I have been having problems with frames. It's weird. It feels like there's a bit of a memory leak because it's very smooth when I boot up the game, and then the more I play it, the worse it gets. So I may need some restarts now and then to. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that. But I might need some restarts here and there to keep the frames up. Every game is a puzzle in different ways. Even casual games can have complexity or ways of being complex. Oh my god, this is what I'm talking about. The clunkiness, or the unwieldiness of characters, right? You just tap something. Like, it looks like the character's not moving much. But then if I do it again, I'm just gonna vault like that. I pressed forwards. I did not press sideways. I pressed forwards. But because I was too close to the railing, it knocked me off. Like these little things they really have to fix because it's uncomfortable. Oh, I'm trying to turn around and it keeps taking me down. You know what? Whatever. I will just force my way through this. I'll find a. Okay, I cannot get down from here with the horse, so I get down with it normally. Then I enter the horse. Now I will fly with the horse. Yeah, if they fix the clunkiness of movement, this game will feel so much better. How's the game? The guns are losing. I mean, the guns feel very underwhelming, to be honest. Frame issues need more RAM. I have 32 gigabytes of RAM, dude. That should be enough. Do I need more? With the price of RAM nowadays? I have a 3080 Ti and a 3080 Ti and a 12900K i9. So it's not like as top of the line as it can be, but come on, should having frame drops at this point should hopefully not be a thing. Should be able to play the game at least 60 FPS. But again, it does feel like it's a bit of like a frame, memory leak thing. The forcing parkour vault is the same in Wuthering Waves, driving insane. I mean, I'm okay with the parkour, it's just, like, if I press forwards, okay, I'm at least moving forwards for once, instead of vaulting over things. But just when it happens randomly, and the animation locks it for so long. I am trying to move, like, forwards. Finally. There we go. I don't understand why movement in this thing is so delayed. It's so awkward. Okay, well, what was I? Here. Here. Oh, what's this? Can I get up through this, maybe? No, that's bringing me down. Where I want to go. I think I'll just cheese it with the horse again. Oh. Nothing like exploration, right? Just my ADHD self just gets lost and forgets what I was meant to do. What's, in your opinion, the best way to make a gun feel impactful? I mean, take Cinderella for example, right? She just keeps shooting at a steady rate. There's no recoil, so if there was recoil and I had to control the recoil, like how I might need to do on, you know, an actual shooter, like, you know, CS, or I think Destiny, for example, has really good gunplay. You can look at even like single player games like Witchfire, for example. Look at how Witchfire does their guns, right? You have a proper amount of recoil for guns. You have like really heavy sound effects when you fire. You have different modes. You know, you can have like a machine gun. You can have like a machine gun that slowly gets faster as you fire, or one that has like a burst fire mode, like a bullpup. And you do these things, and that feels a lot more impactful. You could have weak points on enemies, like, oh, if you hit the head, then you get critical hits or you get more damage when you're using your gun. And that'd be really cool, because now you feel rewarded when you use the gun in a specific way, as opposed to just let the aim assist to do everything for me as I just keep holding the right mouse button and do absolutely nothing else, right? So I'm gonna go to Cinderella here. And, you know, and even like regular melees, right? You have, you know, light attacks and you have heavy attacks. You have like a, you know, you have a combination. You have that, what is it? That lead up and then that follow through. The way that the animations work for the melee attacks is great, but like this is just pop 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 pop. That's it. It's over. Now you wait and then you start doing melees again. Like, that's her skill. It should feel fulfilling. Like, you know how you make gunplay be fulfilling? Just by charge basic one like that, bam. Like, let me finish off my my like Gatling once I hit like overheat. Let me overheat and then end with that, for example. To have that be part of the gun itself as opposed to just being a standard basic attack that I don't need to use the gun for. So there's so many different ways of making guns impactful, and to be honest, the shooter genre is one that is it's practically solved at this point. There's been so much experimentation. I mean, like, just go and look at, I don't know, Hyper on YouTube and just see the animations that he does with guns, and you can make a gun impactful with animations alone as well. There's so many different ways in which they could do it. 16 gigabytes of RAM for this? Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think 16 gigabytes was like in the minimum specs. So maybe you can do it, but that's, you know, min specs of the game. Let's see. First beta, Dead Space improves? Yeah, of course. I think this is like really bare bones. I think we're going to be getting at least 2 more betas, at the very least. You compare it to Enfield's beta, like the original Chinese beta that we had back in the day, and the game is completely different. It's evolved massively, and I have the feeling Silver Palace will see a similar evolution. You know what? Let's intimidate him. Okay. Going back to GT animations, the coding thing? Impactful in engine. What exactly do you mean by that? I mean, I think animations do make a very big difference for things that feel impactful. If you don't have good animation, if the animation feels stiff, if it feels floaty, it's not going to work out. Having good animations is a massive, massive part of the of what makes something feel impactful. But of course, you also need to have the underlying systems that make it work. You need to have motive. You need to have reason to use specific moves and to, you know, not just keep holding a button for like 6-7 seconds and that is the entirety of the move. What do you think makes Endless Combat so perfect? Just the... Well, first of all, I think the artistic direction is really good. Sound design when you parry, the impact for a lot of attacks, like, you know, you do like an Evelyn chain attack and you have like the finger snap, and the whole chain attack system I think is quite impactful as well. I think it's good. They offer a variety of different playstyles with, you know, kind of anomaly and stun. You have a lot of different techs that you can do. You have a lot of depth to the combat with, you know, kind of like chain trigger techs and like different combo opportunities that you can do during the stun period, precisely by making use of chain attacks. I think a lot of characters have multiple aspects to them. Like you take Ishuan, right? You can, at any given moment, you can do a lot of things at the same time. It's like, oh, do I do a dodge for adrenaline? Do I do vital view with hold basic? Do I do a parry with a regular EX? And I think the amount of choices that you have at a given time to make with any single character, like Bindway with his like dodge parries and stuff like that, and balancing that out with decibels, routing and figuring out how to optimize a character and optimize a fight takes skill in that game. And I think the systems help, like the underlying systems enable that, and I think that's what makes it so entertaining, so good. It's like a game that I can keep coming back to because it never feels old. I think it would be better if there was no aiming at all. No, I disagree. I think that the fact that you can aim with guns is part of like the unique selling point for this game. I think that's cool. That's really interesting. Like Cinderella already does, like her basic attack string already has where am I meant to go with this? Cinderella already has her basic attack integrating guns with as part of its animations. But that's just, I mean, it's just, oh, here's a gun. You do want to integrate the gun animations with like the third-person shooter style that it has. What is an exposed battle? Is it one of those things that I get on the menu? Not a simulation, is it? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Gameplay is great in Zenless Zone Zero. I just don't like how the standard gacha HP increases tracks some skill progression. I fully agree. If I could have my way, rather than like them increasing HP and scores going down, I would rather, as characters get stronger, you just have infinite score, right? Like, oh, there is no kill. You can only have a like keep getting more and more score. I think that'd have been a lot cooler because you could see yourself improve with time and not be like, oh, I got 65k last rotation, now I can't even do 57 because of grotesque amounts of HP inflation. Animation's huge. Games that just spam VFX feels extremely flat. I mean, yeah. You can make the most impactful animation ever, but it'll still feel floaty if your combat code is not part of it. I mean, depends, you know. I can look at just an animation. I don't even have to look at a game, right? I can look at the animation of a game. I can look at, I don't know, like Vindictus, and just see how the animation in the game works, and it still feels impactful to me. I don't even need to be the one doing it, and it can feel impactful. I can just press like a single button to do ultimate, and then I take my hands off the keyboard, and it can be like, holy shit, this ultimate is hella impactful, man. Like, I can feel the weight through the screen. So animations are a very big deal of what makes something impactful. But of course, like, as you say, you need the combat code to be on par because you need reason to get these impactful animations. If I just press ultimate and then, you know, I AFK for a good 30 seconds and do absolutely nothing, at some point it's gonna get boring. It's gonna get repetitive. The animation can only take you so far. You do need something to motivate you to do it again, to want to get that, to interact with it. So, and I think rather than, when it comes to impactful and the floatiness, to me, it's the movement in particular. I think this is something that, you know, the animation, no amount of animation is going to be able to fix. Like, this is almost strictly a coding thing, right? Determining how far does a character move when you tap. If you hold, how long does it take for them to stop? The animation can be the same regardless of what you do, but how the parameters that you have within the code to enable that make a huge difference in the feel of like a character's weight or a character's wieldiness. And I think that's probably the biggest thing and my biggest gripe with this game right now. I'm not doing anything. I need to. What is the exposed battle? It's none of these. It is not the simulation. Is it something that I have to explore or something? Don't kill speedruns achieve something similar to infinite HP for high scores? I mean, not really, because you can't kill, because as HP increases, there's nothing you can do. You stop being able to kill. Because the HP's gotten too high. I do love the big glow notifications, though. I need the help reaction-wise.
Let's update the ledgers.
Which notifications? Like the parry and stuff like that? And yeah, Raccoon. I mean, of course. I mean, it's a game, ultimately. Like, it's not... Again, the movement, I don't want to get off the roof. I want to get off the horse. Pick up the chest. Now get on the horse. and then get off the
We'll
roof.
need it someday.
I do see this little red thing here in the property. If I go down, what happens? Do I take full damage? No, I don't. When you're running, it does make sense for you not be able to come to a full stop immediately. I mean, yeah, I think it's alright, but it also depends, like, okay, if I have a railing to my left, and I press forwards, I should start moving forwards, as opposed to automatically jump over the railing. Or if I press backwards immediately from when I'm going forwards, the character should, you know, kind of do like a drift, like stop. Okay, I'm gonna stop immediately and then I'm gonna turn around. As opposed to, I'm gonna start slowly turning to the left and then I'm gonna start turning backwards. And in that, I'm gonna, you know, like half the length of the entire open world of this game, just trying to turn the character around once. So I do think it's, like, a lot of games, I mean, almost every single game, you don't want to stop immediately, but you do want to have a responsiveness to actions, which is, I think, is what this game lacks. How does the game go about building characters? I do not know, actually. I'm not at that point yet. I'm way too early. I have not really interacted with there's like a relic system. There's like some additional like catalysts which you can slot into characters. Okay, so Corrupting Tide is not what I need to do, but I will go for it. See what this is all about. Oh, I can just automat. Open with automat, let's go. I feel like cheating. But like right now, Cinderella is using like her guns integrated as part of her basic attacks, as you can see. Which is like cool and all, but I think that just that having the gun option, like being able to aim and stuff, is cool in and of itself. My frames are like really bad right now. I'm not sure if it's because there's like a lot of enemies or something, but it's like rough. I think I'm gonna have to do a quick restart after this because I am not feeling it. Oh my god, it's so sluggish. Okay.
Stop.
That was a complete whip. That was terrible.
You want some more, do ya?
I need a character that has like grouping ability, so I can just like gather all these up. I don't even tell where everybody is.
Still trying to disturb the feast.
At least his uppercut has put some pretty decent range. Alright. Charge attack.
Out of my way.
Cinderella swap. I'm getting a lot of what is it? Like gauge. The intro skill thing. Just building up really fast. To be honest, I shouldn't be holding basic attack on detective. Ideally I should like do like 2 or 3 of her basics and then swap away. Okay, big AoE, let's go. Like, these guys are just dying really quickly. It feels like having the AoE to kill them is the requirement right now. I'm not gonna be able to kill everything, am I? Can I get the ultimate again? There we go.
I'll take care of this.
56, fuck me. Okay, we do it again. I know I can do 60. Maybe I'll level the characters a bit as well. As I did get some mats.
Good.
Okay, let's go level 20. And let's increase the level for
Let's keep those brats in check and then we'll get to
Lightning Lighter.
vacation in peace.
And I am gonna see what other characters we have. I'm not sure if he's like the last character. I'm gonna hold back on him because I'm not really using his healing all that much. Let's see. Performance is abysmal for this kind of graphic, even without upscaling on. I mean, it's rough. I tend to play on ultra wide, but playing on ultra wide was rough. Let me restart real quick. Because it does, I'll just F4 actually. Just so that I can give it a bit for the game to close in full. Because the frames were fine at the beginning. It does feel like there's some kind of a memory leak or something of that sort, because it gets slower and slower and slower the more I play. I hope they make it so that MC is unreplaceable. I mean, I like having replaceable MCs. That's actually a complaint that I have of Grand Blue. It's you always have to play the MC. I'd rather have freedom in how I mess with my party. But so far, MC is pretty strong. It's one of the strongest characters that I've experienced so far in my early game. So I don't think it's a problem. The game doesn't have any PvP, not that I know of. And to be honest, I really don't think gacha PvP is good. I really don't think it's a good idea. It never works out. Oh, I'm getting a fatal error on, and I cannot start the game because I got a fatal error on my Unreal Engine. Let me see if I have to manually end the game via Task Manager, because this is a problem. Okay, let me close the launcher as well. I'm gonna close everything to see if I can really not get any more Unreal errors. And I'm gonna bring it back up. Hopefully it'll work this time. I mean, Grand Blues MC is busted. Yeah, it is. They're ridiculously busted. It's just the fact that it has classes does make it a lot more forgiving. But even still, I would like to just, you know, be able to use summons without needing the MC. Let me do, you know, near death on the MC. Bring in some evokers from the back line and just go ham. The final boss was Unreal Engine all along. It really was. It really was. You got Yishin Guang and her signature? You're gonna. These are gonna last you a while. Or I hope they do, because if Ishwan and Miyabi are anything to go by, these Void Hunter characters have staying power, and Yishin Guang is ridiculously busted. She is so strong. Okay. I still do not know what this game mode is that I'm meant to do. I should probably have been paying attention to the game itself instead of just yapping away. Oh wait. It reset my quest. And now I have to speak with the guy again. Oh, you see how the map is glowing red? That's telling me there's somebody evil nearby. Is it you? No, it's not you. Is it this lady? Oh, wanted criminal, just walking about. Okay, let's expose. Just shoot her in the head. Hell yeah! That is pretty sick, actually.
It's all in vain.
You quite literally just headshot a civilian.
Youthful folly!
Imagine, like, detective is wrong. It's like, sorry, detective. Turns out that this person wasn't a werewolf, and he just shot an innocent bystander in the head.
I'll take care
Oh
of
my god. This guy's stanky too. Let's go for the ultimate. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Charge.
Still trying
And then launch it as a charge attack. I swap to lightning lighter.
Want some more?
Skill.
do ya?
Ultimate. Is he dead? Yes, he is. Oh, she, because it was a lady that we shot on the head. And it just transformed into a guy. Okay. There's somebody else. I can see another. Oh, there we go. Another headshot? Or do we get a different attack? Yes, we do. Got a punch. Just
Alright. I haven't had a real
Oh damn, we even got like a special cutscene for it? Alright. That was pretty neat. Each character having their own kind of oh my god, this camera, please let me keep looking at the werewolf. It's so awkward.
I'm in the game before you knew how to walk.
Yeah, the close up of the camera is quite awkward. I will certainly look to try different characters with this thing. So we've had Detective, we've had Lauren, and I think we can try Cinderella next.
Enemies. Fools belong in hell.
Alright, let's go. Big AoE. I can also just build up Cage with the... There we go. That was actually pretty nice. I feel... Oh, that was an ending animation. that she did.
Let's keep working on it, Detective.
That was not a skill there at the very end. Like, that was finished. When you're in her mode and you hold right click and you do her shots, it does end with an explosion at the end, and then I got to do the ultimate right after. That I think is a little bit more impactful than just oh, it's overheated, now I do nothing. Okay, what was I gonna do? Right, poke with the punkster. I don't like the combat personally. I would prefer the Final Fantasy 14 combat. To be honest, I think Final Fantasy 14 combat is okay. I don't think it works for PvP. I really didn't like it. It was just like FOV City. But as far as like PvE goes, I find it pretty engaging. It took me a very long time to get used to the long global cooldown. And okay, this is like my guilty confession, I suppose, of the problem that I had is when I first started Final Fantasy, I went for Black Mage. And I do like mages. Mages are a character archetype that I really enjoy. But the biggest reason why I started playing Mage in Final Fantasy is not because of the combat, it's not because of, you know, how the the class archetype or whatever. All these things helped me stick with Black Mage. What got me to start playing Black Mage is it was the animations. Because I started, at first I tried making like a monk or a dragoon, but when you do like an attack in Final Fantasy, the character's upper body is moving, and the lower body is doing like the skill animation. They can like be sliding around the screen as you do like a bunch of thrusts on Dragoon, and your feet are firmly planted on the ground, and you just kind of slide left and right as you do the attacks. And it just looked so goofy to me that I was like, you know what, I'm gonna start playing a character that cannot move. If I cannot move with Black Mage, I do not have to deal with the animation wonkiness that is just sliding everywhere. And then I kind of got used to it, and now I think it's okay. I started playing the other classes after, and I found them quite enjoyable. But that was my reason for picking up Black Mage. Who do you think is harder to win against, Unreal Engine or the camera? Honestly, right now is the camera. Okay. Let's see. Okay, commission. Let's read this time, because I don't want to fuck up and forget what it is that I'm meant to do. Okay, get the innocent friend out of the place. Alright. You know what? Fuck it, let's do it. Alright. We have to break somebody out of prison. Wait, this is different from what I had previously. Did I actually get, did my quest actually break? Is that what happened? I guess restarting ended up paying off because it seems like my main quest was broken. I hadn't restarted, we'd be stuck here forever. I got used to the jank animations on 14. Yeah, I mean, same. And now I love it. Now it's part of the charm. Because there are other games where you have the character do these punches, but then you just have the lower body kind of keep turning around randomly and it looks super jank. So actually integrating upper body animations with the lower body in games that you can attack and move at the same time, and an attack doesn't actually animation lock you, it's a skill. It's a huge skill to be able to do that. Okay. Damn, we're gonna have to pay bail? Never mind, we just shoot another werewolf in the head. Let's go. Grew up in World of Warcraft, but BDO, Naraka, Blade and Steel kind of run PvP in the OG MMO RPGs for me. To be honest, same. I think, like I said, Blade and Steel was way too good. BDO as well. I think BDO combat is so good, really good. But the balancing, the gearing system, the everything that isn't combat is really bad. So that's what I struggled with. But I did play a fuck ton of Mewa and Wizards. Wait, now I'm back to the thing. Complete and expose a battle once. I think that's me having to identify somebody. Wait, Cinderella. We haven't done with Cinderella yet, right? Let's see, what does she do?
This won't fool me.
Damn, just goes to the kick. I think the main character is the most brutal of all so far. It's the
I'll take care of
the just headshot them. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, charge attack.
Youthful folly!
Kind of wanted to stop the Cinderella before, but okay, let's just ult then swap. Charge attack.
Out of my way.
I wanted to use it on somebody else, but look at how weak this feels. Give me the ultimate version again. Oh, I keep pressing right click. I'm so ZZZ brain right now. I was like, alright, I'm gonna dodge. I'm like, perfect dodge. This is something that I want to figure out how to do as well, because you see that like finishing strike, that stagger, is different from normal. But I don't know how to get these alternate versions of the stagger strikes. Okay.
Timing is everything.
So far, I've only gotten it for the detective though, so I'm not sure if it's unique to her or if other characters have it as well. Yeah, okay, so that expose battle or whatever. Actually, let's try the Meomiyabi. I actually really like this system, I'm not gonna lie. Being able to just like
A quick word, if you please.
beat up some random person in the street that happens to be like a werewolf or some like alien from Earthbound. That is actually pretty sick.
Only a cocktail shaker.
I really like the system. I hope they expand on it a little bit more.
I'll take care of
Oh,
this.
what was that? I was trying to do like a charge attack, but I guess I creeped.
Enemies.
Alright. That kills, and I have ultimate ready. If I turn around, if I can turn around.
Insignificant.
Camera is indeed the final boss. Now I have to build the gauge. Can I do it? Can I get the finisher? And you see, it slowly increases in speed as well, which I think is good. When you were like in the special mode. So it feels like using her gun when you don't have the ultimate active. Okay, that was a sick double parry.
Timing is everything.
It just doesn't feel worth doing. Cool. Okay, there we go. We didn't get the gun attack on the stagger.
Dead men don't talk.
Respect for playing Mayo. That class is so neglected. She's so fun though. She's like just zooming around. So good. How to actually parry? Sometimes it just dodges. So if you press spacebar, you dodge. But if you press spacebar at the right time, you do a parry. So essentially, it's the same input. It's just your timing. Oh. Ever thought about having a Discord server? I have. I used to have one back in the Lost Ark days. The thing is, like with the Discord server, like moderating is such a pain in the ass. I don't know, if I had volunteer moderators out of the gate, maybe I'd do it. But just having to moderate a Discord is like such a pain. I tend to be very lax with things. So, maybe. Not 1 but 2 streams, yeah, because I haven't finished Silver Palace yet, so... I'll probably... And I do plan on streaming again for Enfield when that releases. I'm experimenting. Normally I would do like a once a year stream. Normally the stream would happen only once every 365 days. Let's go with hygiene. But it'd just be kind of, you know, let's maintain my kind of my Twitch status and whatnot. But actually have an excuse to stream this time around. I was talking before, right? Streaming PvP is really easy because PvP you always have content to do. Like, people are the content. But since I'm not playing PvP, since I'm playing kind of PvE games, like, what is the content? I think watching me grind out... First of all, I can't stream creative server, which is where I have, like, M0P1 units. So, like, my Banyo 65k clear, I wouldn't have been able to stream that. Have your homie reminder, by the way, guys. Remember to stay hydrated. But yeah, in my main account, my Xenozone Zero account is like giga whale. The money that I earn from content creation just goes into whaling, to be honest. I don't make that much money from like YouTube videos and the like. So I do still pay out of pocket, but because I have such a whale account, it's not like relatable. So it's like it's not really engaging to watch. So it's like, well, what the fuck do I do? People watch me for Zenless content, and there's not much Zenless content that I can do and not be boring. Or not be giga unrelatable. Like, who's gonna look at, you know, like Evelyn M6 P5 speedrun? Not many people care about it, especially when I look at the performance level of like the Mindscape videos, which always do terrible. So now that I have like an excuse, like, oh, I know Silver Palace, I guess that's kind of, you know, like adjacent. Should have haggled, but whatever. Here's like a gacha adjacent, you know, kind of games that I'm looking to cover. And since I do plan on doing Enfield as well, it's like, you know what? Might as well. It's an opportunity to stream. Ooh. This is incredibly simple, and yet it just kind of activates my neurons every time I pick one of these up. It's like, ooh, I got the Sonic ring or whatever. Oh, dude, I got the coin. Sometimes the simplest of things can be very fulfilling. If you don't end up creating another one and have open moderator applications, you may sign up. I'd very much appreciate it. I might look to do it at some point. I think once I have an idea of kind of like how I want to structure the Discord, I might do that. Let's see. Have you played around with the Zenless buffs, and do you think you make videos on them? I have played around with the Zenless buffs. Like, you know, Soldier 11 and the like, especially Soldier 11. Grace I did a bit. Wasn't too into it, and Benice as well. But Soldier 11 I quite enjoyed. The thing is, I just don't think I'll have the time to do videos on them. But I'll do my best. But now I'll just try to do Xiao and Yixun Guang first, then like the backlog of Mindscape videos that I have, and then I'll see what I can cover. But I make no promises. Do you bounce off Wuthering Waves because of the combat? Or the shit show that was 1.0? If that's to me, I actually just bounced off because it was an open world game. At the time, I was so fatigued with open world. And I was like, I really like the combat, I think it's really fun. But I can't be asked to explore, man. I don't want to be picking up chests again, please. Let me do something else. I just want an arena game. And then Zenless came out, which was exactly what I wanted. I was like, okay, I just got to load into something, and I get to fight. The time from booting up the game to beating something up is very, very small. And I was just very happy with that. And now, you know, I'm open to the open world experience again. But, which is why now I'm going for Enfield and the like. But Wuthering Waves was just, I missed the window now. A bit late for me.
I'll take care of it.
But, at first, it was just because it was an open world game.
Nevermore.
Okay. Any non-gacha games I'm excited for this year? To be honest, I have to look at releases. Because like last year was massive in terms of games. I still have like a giga backlog to go through. There's one game that I know for certain that I'm gonna be playing a lot of is like Slay the Spire 2. As soon as Slay the Spire 2 comes out, sorry guys, videos are not gonna be coming out because I'm gonna be spending all of my time grinding out like Ascension 20 runs or whatever. So if they do have Ascension 20 in Slay the Spire 2, we'll have to see how the system works. I'm gonna be grinding the fuck out of that game. I really like my deck builder roguelites. To be honest, like, I haven't played Expedition 33 yet, which is something that I really should do. I haven't even played Balatro, and like part of the reason why I haven't played Balatro is not because, oh, you know, I don't have the time or whatever. You can play that game like a mobile phone, you can play that game anywhere, but that's the problem. Balatro like looks like the kind of game that once I begin playing, it's my life will end. It will be super addicting. So I am not playing Balatro to keep myself safe. Oh. Haven't finished the Elden Ring DLC. To be honest, actually, Lies of P again. So Lies of P DLC has come out. I really enjoyed Lies of P. I played that, but I haven't played through the DLC yet, so I have to do that as well. So there's like I have a fat backlog to get through things. Bubbles fighting each other. Keep away from Balatro Mobile. Is it that bad? Is it bad, or is it like it's too good and that's the problem? Hollow Knight. To be honest, I have not played Silksong yet. I did like Hollow Knight, but like Hollow Knight was like, it was okay for me. I felt it was pretty enjoyable, but I would probably play fuck, what was the name of that other Metroidvania? The with the crystal lady. God, what was her name? I have to Google this really quickly. Is it? Ah, what was it called? It's like it's at the tip of my tongue. But I certainly know the, let's see if I can find the name later. But yeah, just the kind of Metroidvania angle is one that I have other games that I would like to prioritize. Hold on. I just have to... What was it called? What was it called? No, it's none of these. Although there are some that Google's coming up that I certainly have to play. Like I have not played Ori, which again is another one that's on my backlog that I really should be playing. Fuck. I cannot remember the name, but I will find this out. All right. Yeah, Bloodstains. That's sort of Bloodstains. Can't believe I forgot it. Oh my god, yes, Bloodstains, Ritual of the Night. That's the Metroidvania that I'm planning on completing. That I've gotten and I still haven't been able to play. And yes, that Kai has said, yeah, Bloodstained. Funny. Did I still play Punching Graveyard? I do not. I used to have like had a Nego Whale account and then I sold it. It was like I sold it kind of during, what is it? It was during like Chrome patch was when I sold. I just wasn't feeling the game all that much. I really liked the core combat system, but it just wasn't particularly good. Like PvC, which just wasn't all that fun to me. Like, oh, you know, you kill in literally, 3 seconds or something. I spend more time on loading screens than actually playing. And Warzone was fun, so Warzone was my motive for playing, but it just didn't really feel all that good, especially having to like use an emulator. I kind of got tired of the game, and I abandoned it, which was terrible because then they ended up releasing a PC client, and they added a Warzone where you only fight bosses as opposed to like having mobs as well, which is like 50-50. Part of the reason I quit as well is like Cubs. I didn't like Cubs as a system. I felt as a whale myself, I felt like a bit of a completionist. Like, oh, do I have to get Cubs now? This is a pain in the ass. But it turns out that it wasn't really that big a deal. So I almost slightly regret not sticking on Punishing Grey Raven, because I felt like I quit during a time where it wasn't a particularly exciting moment, and just looking how the game is now, it feels like I missed out. So I'm not gonna make that mistake again. Even if Zenless goes through a drought period, I'm sure that I'll stick with it, if only to see what happens later on. Have I played Titanfall 2, Doom Eternal, and Ultra Kill? I have played Ultra Kill. I have not played Titanfall 2 or Doom Eternal. Ultra Kill is like... Ultra Kill is a really good game, but like your hands hurt after playing it, man. It's like one of those... It's it's really, really fast-paced, and I like it. But it's also like, you gotta be in the mood to play Ultra Kill. But Ultra Kill does make like really impactful gunplay, and it's so fast. It's such a fast game, and perfect speedrunning game. So it is really good. There's another game that vaguely reminded me of it, which I also forgot the name. Where you have like, it's like Ultra Kill style, like it's like first person shooter, where you have like specific decks, weeb anime style. You just kind of rush through stages really quickly. I keep forgetting game names. I have to have like a list of these on the side. But there's like Ultra Kill style games as well, speedrunning games that I think work really well and I want to be playing. Neon White, yes, Neon White, that's what it was. Neon White. That's another game that I have to play. Like this again, backlog just too big. It's too big. There's way too many good games to play. I don't have to be worried about what games are coming up this year, because there are already too many games to play as it is. What game was fun fully completing? I mean, a lot of games, to be honest. I just have to bring up like my Steam catalog and be like, all right, which games have I played? And just go through all of them. The only games that I tend to not fully complete, if I'm gonna be entirely honest, are JRPGs. Like I bought Tales of Arise and I have not finished it. I have not, like my attention span has been corrupted, and because of that, I have like I play the game, I know life it for like 3-4 days, and then I take a break, forget about it, go do something else. And then I don't play again for another month plus because like I don't want to do that little part of the story or whatever, or go chasing this thing, and then I forget everything, and I feel like, oh, but now that I've forgotten how to play, the desire to play is even lower. How did I get like the timer again? Was agenda? No. What was the shortcut for the timer? Do you watch anime or series? I don't really watch anime because I just read instead. I've been very into manhwas at the moment. Like the amount of otome isekai that I've been reading is grotesque. It's horrible. And I've also gotten into, I think I said it last year, I got into like cultivation novels. So I've been reading a lot of like cultivation, regressive stuff. Pretty much anything that you see on like Webtoon or Azura comic is kind of what I read. Manga decks, all of the random little comics and manga decks. You know, I think I will go through the tutorial to figure out how did I activate the timer thing. I've literally clicked every button, right? Do I click on the map? No, the map is the map. Where do I click here on the screen for the timer? This is like the quest log or something. But that's not it. This is the map. Here, there we go, top left. Wait until 24. Steez, yeah, Lost Ark, man. It's been a while indeed. Let's see. JRPGs feels like I need to take off work for a week to finish it before I lose momentum. Exactly, like that is exactly how I feel. If I don't finish the game in one sitting, like it's not getting finished. Like I think roguelites, more than like social media and gacha games, roguelites are what killed my ability to play JRPGs, because I'll just play games like, okay, I want to be able to boot this game and be like fighting stuff within like the minute. If I don't get that, it's too much of me. If I have to sit down, like watch a cutscene or whatever, it takes too long. I think I've read every single Otome Isekai available and I regret it. 80% of them are garbage. Like, they are all garbage, and I fully agree with you. But it's like McDonald's, right? It's like fast food. It's comfortable. It's like they are all complete dog shit. But it's still great. I think I have to reread some of the classics. Like, haven't read Raeliana in years now. I should probably pick it up again. Then there's also just the what is it? The like tower, like the, what is it? Like the Korean, like, oh, dungeons have appeared all across the world. That's another kind of genre that's like isekai adjacent. That's also complete garbage. It's all garbage, and I love it. I just gobble that shit up. It's horrible. And like I have my background is in English literature. My degree is in English literature and creative writing. You know, my student years were reading the classics and being as cultured as I could be when it comes to literature. And as an adult, my life was like, nope, I'm just gonna read like complete garbage isekai shit and cultivation and regressor and dungeon system garbage, and you know, it's all terrible, and I still love it. Like, some fast foods are better than others, but It's so fast food. It's so complete fast food. Solo leveling, Tower of God, yeah. I've been reading, what is it? The Surviving the Game as a Barbarian or whatever. That's one I've been reading as well. I quite enjoy. Complete, again, it's all garbage. But it's still great. Just of Korean media, I do. I read like the mangas, like like most otome isekai and like regular isekai are like manga, the Japanese. Then when you get like regressive stuff, that's usually the Koreans. And then you do have your wuxia cultivation stuff that like, you know, the manhwas. The thing with manhwas, like the Chinese ones, is like they feel lower quality most of the time, but then you get like the occasional manhwa which just blows everything else out of the water. And you also like they have like the really funny ones as well, like Nan Hao and Sheng Feng or whatever, the like the comedy duo. Like that's probably one of my favorite manhwas of all time, and it's great. So it's a very hit or miss. I think the Koreans are just the most consistent, if I'm gonna be honest, when it comes to the quality of their comics. It's trying to think as well. To be honest, there's some there's like some like soppy Western comics that I read as well. Like Mage and Mimic on Webtoon is one that I've been reading. And it's like, you know, just kind of your kind of generic fantasy romance kind of thing. And you know what? It's great. I love it. It's sweet. I just like my Webtoons. It's just the way it is. I'll read anything. Well, I'll within limit, I suppose. I can't say I'll read anything because, if I'm gonna be honest, the bad Japanese isekais, especially, like they are like really bad. Like the super like pandery harem shit that you kind of sometimes get. It's like with the like the high school harem isekais angle stuff. Like, okay, nah. Even that's too much for me. Even that's too much. Like I have to take it easy. Even I have my limits, but broadly speaking, I will at least give everything a try. Rent a girlfriend? No, yeah, that I'll pass. That I will absolutely pass. That is such a complete shit show. It's one of those things that I didn't even have to, like, it's not like, just by the synopsis alone. I was like, yeah, no, that's not for me. It feels like if there is, like, there are very few harems that I think are somewhat interesting, but usually they take away the value of the comic. I think the only one that I can remember recently that I enjoyed, it's like the Extras Academy Survival Guide. I think that's one that I actually found quite enjoyable, even though it's harem. But usually it's like it feels guilty admitting that, to be honest. I think there's I Killed an Academy Player, which is just like it feels like a slightly more budget version of Extras Academy Survival Guide, but I think it's okay. But you know what? I can totally see the harem thing kind of taken away from it. Chinese manhwa are inconsistent, at least you can tell relatively quickly they're not worth your time. Yeah, that's true. But the ones that are good are really good. To be honest, I like novels as well. Like I actually find that when it comes to manhwa, the novels are actually more interesting than the comics themselves. There's this like what is it? I'm not the demon's god, the demon god's lackey or something, which is like the most formulaic shit you can get. It's, you know, this guy who is incredibly dense and honestly a little bit stupid. And he kind of gets isekai'd and runs a bookstore. And he thinks that he's just running a regular bookstore and making recommendations to people. But in reality, he's actually giving people great, powerful books of the demon god. And everyone's like, oh my god, he's so amazing. When in reality, he has no fucking idea what he's doing. And it's like, it's terrible. It's it's incredibly formulaic. But you know what? For a good 100 chapters or so, you know what? I'll gobble it up. And then I get tired of the formula and I go read something else. But sometimes at the very least the novels can be more digestible than the comics, which is surprising because a lot of these like light novels, they are so badly written. I remember Overlord. Overlord, I actually started reading from the novel. So before it was like a comic or an anime, I started with a novel. And I could not do it. Like I stopped at like volume 7, volume 8. I could not go beyond it. Because like the writing style in the light novel was so bad. It's like Momonga would have laughed if he could. Momonga would have sighed if he had the lungs, but he did not. It's like it's so bad. It's like Momonga was pleased that he could not smile at this point because he was a skeleton. Kind of, it was. I'm exaggerating, but the quality of the writings was god awful. Harem is inherently flawed as a genre. If you can find a good one, the harem plot is never the strong point. Yeah, I agree. It's the thing around it. Is harem just as common in Korean and Chinese? Man, I think it's common everywhere. I think it's just like a universal, you know, is it young adult male fantasy kind of thing. I feel like it's easy to grow out of, but considering a lot of these audiences are meant to be young adults, it makes sense why it continues. Unfortunately, I much prefer like I'm cool with romance. I actually love soppy romance. But like, let's keep the harem thing out. You know, let's keep it 1-to-1. I began titling this anime, but then I got transported into another world. My new life with a bathhouse owner also saves the world. I mean, there have been some incredibly like ridiculous. Like, there's the vending machine isekai. There's the onsen isekai. I have like, what the fuck is that? It's they're just getting out of hand. I genuinely feel like the vending machine isekai had to be like a parody, like it had to be like taking the piss and it go full comedy. Like no, it's unironically serious. It plays it straight, and I can't tell if that's like kind of part of the comedy or part of the irony or not. But it's wild the amount of craziness media you have there. Supposed to do adult things 20 minutes ago? Alright, take care. Thanks for tagging along. Now let me just move. Let's see. I should probably actually talk about the game and the quests instead of going on about literally anything else. Because we're streaming Silver Palace, day 2 of the closed beta, and yet I have done anything but... Oh! That's Chinese time reset. I should probably spend some of my my stamina, because I think I'm overcapped again, aren't I? Was I? Am I overcapped? I am not. Okay. Because I just really want to. Oh my god! Did I not get the XP from yesterday? That's an issue. I think I did. Never mind. I think I did because I completed it. I completed it yesterday. So I should be good here. I just want to make sure that I kind of level up here because or like get to the next world level because I want to get more mats. Oh, I have actually gotten to the next world level. Great, amazing. Does this mean that I can upgrade my characters now? Oh, thanks for the follow as well. Samurai Isekai is so fucking good. I actually have not read it. I'll have to give it a go. Has the game been cool? I have actually enjoyed it. I think like it needs a lot of polish. Like a lot of polish. But fundamentally, I think the systems that the game has in place, via how they kind of generally have, they try to make combat flow together, the little interactables that you have, the gimmicks like, oh, you get to like scan people and, you know, headshots some random werewolf on the street. I think these things are cool, and the game does it well. You have exploration, you know, like all these other games, but it's not, you know, oh, you're gonna go in like a super wide open world and explore to your heart's content. It's very, you know, cityscape, very vertical in its exploration, which I think is great. Oh, what's that? That's a gifted sub. Thank you so much. Thanks, Salmon Dog. I really appreciate it. The every little helps with me because I keep saying these YouTube videos and well now streaming makes fuck all. So thank you for that. But yeah, I think the game overall has a solid foundation, but it is very unpolished in its execution. That is not what I wanted to do. How did I open this menu? I don't even know what I pressed. But yeah, I think with like 2 more beta tests, hopefully they'll land on things. We're meant to have surveys to fill out as well, and you know I can write a full essay when it comes to those surveys to kind of explain my complaints. But so far, it's been very, very cool. Okay. Let's go up. Like, moments like that, I don't want to go over the railing. It just forces me into it anyways. Alright, how do we get up there? So I see, like a railing up here. Which means that I can return to where I was previously. 1, that's 2, that's 3. Climb up here. Go on this rail. With the Bioshock Infinite angle. Which again, I think is pretty cool. And there we go. But yeah, solid fundamentals. Needs polish. But I think this game has promise. And... Which is a pretty big deal because it's not a... You know, it's not like a big studio that I know of. I think it's a relatively new studio that's doing this. Wow. Absorb the painting. And I'd like to see more not, you know, massive studios make games that succeed. I want to see more like Chaos Zero Nightmares, more Duet Night Abysses, more games of this sort that end up being successful without having... Well, technically, at least Chaos Zero Nightmare did have like a big publisher behind it, but fundamentally the studio is not like massive, and I like that. Did you ever try out Duet Night Abyss? I did not actually. I checked it out a lot, as in like I looked at some streams, some videos into it. It's, you know, it's Warframe, and I used to play quite a bit of Warframe back in the day. But it's just not the... I think that the game fundamentally is cool, but it's just not what I was looking for. So it was like, it's a good game, just not my vibe at the moment. It almost feels like I would just go back to my Warframe account if I were to play it. But I think the way that they implemented like the monetization model for it is really good. I think the character design is really neat, and fundamentally the combat system is solid. But not something that I spend any significant amount of time on. Okay. Let's make a joke. I feel like the relationship between these 2 characters, considering it goes way back as we were... It was implied that they've known each other for a while. Should be like banterish. What am I meant to do? I have like this here, and then... I have to go outside of the clinic to... I have to just find the patients, I guess that's why. At this point, it almost feels like I'm skipping way too fast. Oh, there we go. This little thing as well, where you get to, you know, kind of go scan up and down characters, is pretty cool. Also, I wish you had like more freedom to be able to rotate around the characters and see their models, and have it not be limited to a story segment. If you could do that to like, oh, all the playable characters whenever, it would be much cooler. Because right now, having to go up against the wall just so that I can maybe see how a character looks is a bit obnoxious. But with how cool or how good generally the game looks, if they add a photo mode, I think it'd be banger. And I like the trend that almost every single game right now has photo mode being added to it. It's one of those things that every game should have always had, and I like that it's finally catching on. That every single game now is... oh, like the random option. But I like that every single game is implementing photo mode. What I do wish we'd have more of is the Zenless Zone Zero photo mode, the Mystic Click event. That one, the fact that they don't make that permanent is outright criminal. I don't understand why they don't do it. It's being able to take like screenshots of characters like mid-combat as they do their skills is really, really, really cool. And I wish more games had the ability to do that rather than, you know, just setting up your recording software and praying you get some good footage by just zooming into stuff. Praying that you have like lossless encoding or whatever. The battle camera being limited is so weird. Like Zenless or in this game, because in this game it just feels very clunky. Generally, the battle camera feels clunky, but the like camera mode, like photography mode, essentially, that's what I really fuck with. That's what I want to see. You know, like, okay, I'm gonna pause the game at this exact moment of combat, and I'm gonna adjust the camera so I can take a look at the character, like here, and then you get the shot of them doing a specific skill. You can actually appreciate the animation of the character models in combat. I don't know why they just made it temporary in Zenless. It really should have been permanent. And you do have stuff like Arknights, like they added a photo mode with their latest beta in Enfield. But it's not a combat photo mode. It's just a standard one. It's just like it's okay, I guess, but being able to see how the character, especially when you have like a full team of characters with gacha games, you have, you know, multiple characters that can be on field, and when you do that, it's all the more interesting.
You'll never learn. Right.
Timing is everything.
Yeah, the more I play this game, the more the camera kind of gets in my way, like because it like the character like is obstructing the view of the enemy, even when they are not like off screen, despite of the zoom. But I'm not really sure like how they fix it. Like zooming out, I think in combat would probably work best if you had like a relatively close zoom to characters in standard stuff, like when you're just walking around the city or when you're just going into these missions, like it's fine. Then when it goes into combat, maybe it zooms out a little bit more. I'm fine with them keeping the character on like the left side, but if they are doing specific attacks, potentially shift the camera a little bit so that it doesn't obstruct the view of the actual enemy. Not gonna, I didn't know Hoyo had it in them to make a combat game like Zenless. I mean, they had Honkai Impact 3rd beforehand, and I haven't played it myself, but the combat in that seems to be pretty decent. Obey the prescription. I do not want to do any thinking. He's my FOV, yeah. Because that's the thing, I do like cameras that are closer to characters. It makes the combat feel more grounded as opposed to just super anime flying around doing crazy shit everywhere. And I like grounded combat, and I think the closer FOV helps give that feel of the more grounded combat. But it's not if it comes at the cost of clarity of information in combat. I don't want, you know, my FF14 camera unlock where, you know, the characters look like a pixel on the screen, or World of Warcraft angle, but I do, you know, I think being a little bit further out would help for all the combat settings. Actually, is that you can see the character in full, but it almost looks like parts of the bottom of the character gets clipped because of how close it is. And I think that's fine, I actually like that. But I'm just not sure, how would you retain this in combat without being unwieldy? I'm trying to remember what games have like close camera in combat. Almost every single game that I can remember has the camera be a bit further out. Be, you know, like the traditional, not just gacha, you know, like endless, but even, you know, your kind of Elden Ring, for example. Or even like third-person games, like third-person shooters and whatnot. Yeah, third-person shooters, you do have like the gun, which you zoom in. But even then, I'm wondering how would you, because they technically have the third-person shooter gimmick here with the guns. I think the camera for that is fine. It's just the non-third person shooter angle. The actual basics that kind of get in the way. Resident Evil 4 with the show the camera style. Yeah, which I think is nice. Monster Hunter kinda. Monster Hunter, it feels like you have a lot more room. I can almost always see the whole character. And you do have like a good view of oh, to be honest, the monsters are gigantic, so you always get a good view of them. Even the smaller ones, like you go fight like Odogaron or something, and they're still tiny. Oh, sorry, so huge, despite being like the smallest enemies. But generally, I think even Monster Hunter is a little bit further out. Mavuka, if she will speak. To be honest, it's one of those things where Mavuka's like hair design and general character design is okay. I think that kind of, you know, has the whole biker gang aesthetic, which is fine. But then when when I saw her skills being, okay, you just ride a bike and that's the character, I was like, no fucking way, dude. You give her, you know, the potential, you know, like this Archon who's meant to be an insanely powerful individual, and all you do is just spin around on a bike. No fucking way, dude. I mean, I haven't played Genshin since like year 1. I quit after year 1 of Genshin, pretty much. No, a year and a half, essentially. After Ayaka's release. That's kind of when I quit Genshin. But, the different areas have very distinct character designs. And I think the latest area that they're doing right now, right? Like Not Cry or whatever, the character designs there, they're absolute peak. They just really, really good. And then you compare them to the designs from the previous region. I don't know what it was called. Like the one that Mavuka is from. But like it felt so cartoonish. It felt so kind of unserious. And I certainly fuck more with the more recent designs that they've been pumping out. Like the lightning guy, the lightning ghost guy. Was it the Nefa lady? That looks good. I mean, Klee's mom, of course, looks absolute banger. And you compare that with the previous region's designs, and it's just incomparable. Natlan, yeah, exactly, that's what it was. Natlan designs I did not vibe with. But Not Cry, yeah, goes. I want to see some Not Cry designs in ZZZ, actually. Ninja Gaiden, you can see a log run, you're getting jumped on from everywhere. I have to kind of see a video of Ninja Gaiden because I don't really recall the camera position and the Batman camera. I mean, there's wait, I'm just clicking random things. I should probably actually pay attention to what's happening. Or I can just do as I am. I'm just click random options and I still progress. Cocktail lover. Shaken, not stirred. To be honest, I think with Zenless, we've been in the wuxia section for so long that I just want to start getting. I want to start getting more urban designs again. I want to see more Yanagis, more Evelyns, more Harumasas, more Billies. Like I want those kind of designs. As much as to be honest, we have gotten some variety in designs. I think like Alice and Yuzo, for example, they're very un-wuxia. And I think the, was it Oboe Squad isn't very wuxia either. But then again, they have like the seed bare feet thing, the pandering is so, it's beyond me. I think Orphe's design is quite nice though. I actually fuck with Orphe. Although she's a bit too clumsy. How do you feel about the new Shiyu changes? I am mixed about it. I like the fact that it's a scoring system. You may have realized, or at least I have realized, that was there like something glowing here? I'm sure I saw like a collectible or something to pick up somewhere. Or is it just Cinderella's hair? No, there is a collectible. No, it's the lighting from the trees. I thought this was like sparkly things going on here. Like, look, this is all sparkly. I thought, okay, this is a collectible, evidently. I was like, no. It's just tree shadow that's being badly rendered. Come on, guys, this is Unreal Engine 5. Please, this has to be. You can do a bit better job than that. But the thing with you may have noticed, as I was saying, right? There's been a lot more videos of Shield Defense speedruns or Shield Defense clears now than before, because there is a score. And now that there is a score, there's something for kind of the more try-hard, dedicated players to work towards. Because now, speedrunning was always a thing, but I think the concept of having a score is more enticing to push for. I think people, like, maybe it's like a human psychology thing, but I think people just engage with that more. And I think having Shiyu be 3 teams as opposed to 2 is also nice, because I think we're getting to the point where we're getting so many different characters that having the excuse to use more teams is good. The problem is how the scoring system works. The whole fact that it's kind of limited to 1 minute almost encourages you to do things in certain characters that you otherwise wouldn't. If you know that you can't 50k, if you know that you can't kill within 1 minute, you're almost actively encouraged to do, like, play badly in certain times. Like, am I, like, stuck? Could I stream next year? The thing is, I'm Giga Whale. My personal account is like M6 characters, so it's very unrelatable. My streaming Shiyu is like, can I clear this in 25 seconds? That's the angle. It isn't, you know, can I push it? It's you know, how fast can I clear it? Can I clear it in 20 seconds? I clear it in 15. Right? It's because it's whale. Well, it depends actually. I haven't been going ultra whale in a lot of the recent characters, and my anomaly teams are very unwhale. But it's I have M6 Banyo at the very least. I want to see each one of jeans and a tank top. There was a like a promotional material with like a casual each one look, which was so good. She had like some round glasses, like some jeans, like a cardigan kind of, like a crop top thing, and it looked really good. And I'm just like, can we please get more outfits like that? I would really like to have more casual look to agents, less noisy stuff. Viewer clips, perhaps? Could do. I haven't actually done like, oh, you know, log into viewer accounts and do that, but I should probably try playing around with it. I think it's like it's like a good excuse to stream, logging in on viewer accounts, because I haven't really done any of that so far. I do have some friends that I tend to help with every so often, which have like absolute terrible accounts, and like it's concerning, because playing on shit accounts is like crack to me. Like you have, okay, I have like 5 agents. I can't even make like 2 whole teams. You have literally nothing, and you somehow have to be able to, you know, get 20k deadly assault or get your S rank in Shiyu, and it's you have to optimize absolutely everything, and it has to be with characters that I'm not used to playing. Like I have to do like a Soldier 11 Caesar Lucy team at some point. I'm like, how the fuck do I optimize this? And I think in that way it's very addictive in an unhealthy way. The amount of times I stayed up until like 3 AM when I shouldn't, was like, Pengu will DM me and he's like, oh, you know, Len, can you please like just do this clear for me? I'm sure you can do it. And I'm like, alright, I'll give it like 15 minutes, and if I can't do it, I'll log off. But then 4 hours later and I'm still doing it, trying to like maximize and optimize the scores. It's actually dangerous. Real dangerous. Teacher Ishun skin? Yeah. Casual better than bikini? Hard fucking agree. I do not want the sexualized outfits. You can, if you're gonna do sexualized, you do a tasteful sexualized. Better than Genshin's yearly black and blue New Year skins? I don't know. To be honest, I haven't seen much of Genshin skins, but I have seen like, what is it, a Shenhe skin? And Shenhe's skin looks really good, so you know what? I'd go for that. I like some Shenhe skins in Zenless. Sounds like what Kite does in his account reviews. I'm really bad with account reviews because I have a terrible understanding of what is realistic or achievable for a person in terms of that. This face is so fucking deadpan. I like this. That is the most. I'm so done and sick and tired of your shit expression that this character has made so far. Where I'm from Brazil. However, I have lived in the UK for most of my life. I came here as a teenager. And
Faster.
And now almost in my 30s, so I certainly consider myself more British than Brazilian. but the accent is still there. And to be honest, my accent is very Americanized in a way, because much of the media that I engage with, the people that I speak with, like my social circle, is mostly online. And of course, people online are, well, going to speak, or more likely to speak American English, so I'm being exposed to a multitude of different accents, and many of them are American as well from media exposure. This horse is so fucking annoying to pilot. So it's a bit of a weird accent. Atlantic Ocean accent, I think is what it would be. Do I have M6 Shungas? I have it, but I haven't activated it yet because I have to make a video on it. Because she has like slightly different combo routes with her M2 and her M6. This horse is so unwieldy.
What's broken has been...
Brazilian KO big on football? The opposite actually. I'm not a particularly sporty person. I used to be really into like Formula 1 and Le Mans when I was younger. I was very into racing, but I lost the interest. I ended up falling for the fantasy stuff instead. So the only sports I watch is esports now. Not even esports. I'll watch Evo. That's about kind of the esports that I watch. Like, I'll watch fighting game esports. That's kind of the extent to my my interactions. Can this horse only glide? It can fly as well, but it's just very difficult to pilot. And I do think there need to be some changes. We really need a lock marker for equipment. I mean, I've been asking for what is it? Disk drive loadouts. Every single feedback form. Disk drive loadouts. At this point, it has to be like on purpose. So it's a Capcom Cup as pay-per-view. It is really weird. Like I don't know why they went with that out of nowhere. I don't think it will do too well as a result. I'm content just watching the indie local tournaments and the occasional big ticket Evo when that does happen. But worst case, I'll just, you know, watch the VODs. You know, watching it live is always the more entertaining bit, right? It's seeing it as it happens is the fun bit.
A tidy sum.
5 years in Genshin without loadouts, it's just doomed. It's not gonna happen then. It's fucked. I'm still gonna keep putting on the feedback form, but it's fucked. What is this area? What am I meant to defeat? Oh, there we go. That's what I'm meant to defeat.
Your death is insignificant.
Explosion SF6 has had in Japan? I'm surprised. Like, I thought, what is it? Street Fighter was always quite popular in Japan.
I've grown used to the pain.
Oh wait, I died? What the fuck? Okay, I have to
Reset the ball.
actually pay attention this time. What's going on? Okay, this guy has a shield.
Youthful folly.
Okay.
Now it's my turn. Take a sip and
Wait, the
wake
shield has
up.
changed. Now I have to attack the other guy.
Stop.
Alright. Wait, I got the stagger, but then the shield changed. That is so ass. No, I don't want to attack this guy. Targeting system, please. I don't even know who I'm attacking. Oh my god.
At your service, patron. Catch your breath.
I can't believe I whiffed that. The camera is so bad. I don't know where I'm getting attacked from or who's attacking. I don't know who I'm attacking. It's incredibly difficult to... Like, I'm constantly looking at the ground. I'm not looking at enemies. Okay, can I do it with only 2 characters? Nah, it's over. This is GG. I'm dead. Wait, how did I only do, like, this amount of damage to the boss? Like... Oh, I messed up the second parry zone. Okay, alright. God, like, when you actually do hard combat in this game, or you have to sweat, the camera is incredibly bad. Feels like I spend most of my time not looking at the enemy. I look at the character's hair and at the ground. Can I do it again though? Let's see.
The whole city runs on entry-level mismembers. Just kidding, of course.
Okay. If I lock on, Okay, now I want to attack the other one. So I lock on this one. I'm only getting a single parry pump. That's a bit weird. They're doing double attacks, but I'm only getting the pump once. Okay, stop the lock onto the other character, but oh my god. Yeah, no, this may be just like level gap. Yeah, I don't even know. I didn't even see the parry prompt there. I have to start. I can only dodge to the left. I think that's the secret. Always dodge to the left and not to the right, because otherwise you can't see what's going on. All right, let me just practice parries at this point. Okay, one.
Not looking too pretty right now.
What? Where's my dodge? Well, right, I'll do one more time, not to actually kill, because I think I'm just too level gapped. It is not possible for me to kill this with the damage that I have. But I'll at the very least practice parries, because I think this is a good opportunity to do so. Can I adjust the camera at all? No, you cannot. You are locked to characters on the left side takes up 1/3 of the screen, and you're always looking at the ground. That is, it has to be that way. I think the combat is okay. I don't think the combat is bad. It's just like you can say like you have enemies like, okay, he jumped to the left, he jumped to the right. Like the characters flank you, and I think that's interesting. But the camera doesn't allow, like, it is not conducted in such a way that you can see what's going on. Right, so okay, he's flanked to the right, then that other one also flanks to the right. But if they go to different positions, I literally cannot see either of them. And there is like no tell whatsoever. And you can see, I'm looking more at the ground. Like, they are jumping up, and I can't see them because they're high up. But if I look up, the character takes up half the screen. So it's really bad and clunky. They have to zoom out. Like, they jump, and I see the parry prompt, but the parry prompt comes up from off screen because they are on the air and they have disappeared. So I can't see the timing that I'm meant to parry on. Because like right now, you can see they go up. So I think the combat itself is not the problem, but the way in which they have the camera be set makes it feel terrible to use. And it feels like I always have to dodge left as well as opposed to right, because if I dodge right, the character now obstructs everything because the character is always on the left side, which again, I think it's fine. But then the FOV must be a little bit further away, otherwise you can't see things. Okay, let's actually do the quest and level up. I can actually take on the challenge. Or do damage. I think it's fine if I get one shot, to be honest. I think being one shot is cool, because I can at the very least what is it? I can make sure that like you are rewarded, or you only win if you're parrying properly, which I think is how it should be, despite the awkward camera. But I need to at least have damage, so I'm not stuck there for 30 minutes needing to perfect parry everything. And the camera hugs the character's back once your back is in the wall. Yeah, it does. To be honest, I think this is kind of a universal problem as well, but it's exacerbated by the fact that, you know, like Cinderella's hair just takes up literally half the fucking screen. So then it feels difficult to find your footing. And it doesn't help that the movement is very sluggish. So I'm trying to move a specific direction, and then I'm trying to move the camera to see something, and it doesn't really align with what I want to do. Like, I move the camera, but then the character goes a little bit too far, a little bit more, goes further than what I expect him to, with like a dodge or with an attack, and it's just very jittery. But again, the fundamentals of the combat are good. I think the systems are good. It is just the feeling that is bad. Game really needs parkour. I mean, it technically does, but it's really weird. You know, you can jump over railings like that, but it completely locks your character. So it's almost just like an animation trick. It doesn't really feel all that useful. You can't do parkour with a horse, shall we say? And I can't like climb stuff. It is just, you know, dropping down things. You like come off and come in.
I'll take care of it.
There we go. Something fitting to my level, I suppose. Okay, maybe not, because these guys just exploded.
Youthful folly!
It's also a bit weird, because some attacks, it feels like not every single attack has the parry counter. But that's just a skill issue on my end. I just have to understand how the different attacks work, right? It's not, if every attack does not have a parry counter, which attacks does a specific enemy does that I have to react to manually. But again, the camera positioning just makes it difficult to see what the enemy is doing to begin with. I should find something to lift me up, I feel. If I can find that, I can climb up. There we go. This horse does feel like cheating because there is no lore reason whatsoever. We just like spontaneously get to use the horse. I don't think we even got a tutorial on it. It was just, okay, you get to use the horse now. You quite literally just one time you can't use the horse, and then the other time you press V and now you can. And it just feels like cheating because I'd have expected the game to be focused on the verticality of these buildings and be like, oh, you know, you have to use the railings, you have to use the grappling hook to get around. But no, you just like horse and fly. Well, fly. There we go. And I can just kind of get anywhere just by flying. So it does feel like a bit of a cheat code, but I will take the cheat code for the moment because this beta is very, very short. Okay. I don't even know if I'm doing the main quest or if I'm just doing side quests at this point because... Alright, let's go. You can do it, bro. Okay. Since I keep going from quest to quest, if I just keep following... Wait, are these enemies? Yes, they are. I feel like I've fought these guys before, though. They just kind of respawn here in the open world, and these are just like the standard mobs. Let's see. Every attack so far seems to have a parry. Oh. Yeah. I guess it depends on when the attack is being used. Okay, that was pretty sick. It feels like they knew their movement. They knew their movement is pretty chopped right now. I hope so.
Speed up.
Like even the horse movement feels awkward, which is kind of the problem. But at the very least, having the horse helps you kind of get around it. Yeah, I cannot do like the. Oh no, that was a grappling hook. I guess if the enemy is too far away, you can just.
I'll take care of this.
This happened with the Burton, or the detective as well. But if a character's too far away and you can use the F finisher on them, you just like grappling hook them towards you, which is pretty sick. All right. Let's see. What do we have here? Yeah, let's go. Let's take some coffee. Which I sadly cannot have IRL. I mean, I can have coffee IRL, but I am partly intolerant, so... Love the taste of coffee, but I cannot drink it. Truly a curse. What's up, Rest? The gun is cool? It is. I wish it was more impactful, but at the very least, when you do like the fast firing, it feels okay. Although it'd be nice if like it finished, like the final shot was like a more powerful one. I think that'd be really cool. But overall, just the fact that you have like third-person shooter mechanics in this game is part of what makes it unique, and part of what I think is not good because I don't think it's being implemented well, but part of the unique selling point of the game that I hope they capitalize on. Using limited characters right now or standards? There is no distinction. There is not even a gacha system at the moment. We're just handed characters. So there are character rarities. So you know, oh, you know, this was like a 6 crystal star character. You know, 6 star, 6 star, 6 star. I think. No, actually, no, it's not the 6 star. There's some other star. I think it's just the unlocks. Whereas the rarity of the character. I'm pretty sure characters have like rarities, but I think yeah, this is a potential one. I'm trying to figure out which is where I see character rarity. But overall, they there is no gacha system with which to get them. They're just being handed out. Was it here? Or maybe I was just like hallucinating and there was no star. Maybe I'm just like making shit up. No, yes, here we go. 5 star. Cinderella's a 5-star character. So you can see that she's a 5-star character. And this Cynthia here is also a 5-star character. And like Detective is a 5-star character, but then Alf, the maid, I think was like a 4-star character. So you have rarities, but no gachaing. Game overall looks really good. It does look really good. Well, sometimes I think the shading can be a bit flat. Like I feel like their stealth shading sometimes does, especially on the NPCs, could do some work. But the environments that the game does, the general look as well, I think the character models are very well done. Overall, I think the aesthetic of the game as well is really good. I think the look of the game is its kind of the biggest draw that it has going for it right now. No gacha is cooked. I mean, there will most definitely be gacha, I feel. It's just, we don't have gacha right now. How long have you been playing to be hallucinating? Only 2 days. But evidently, I was not hallucinating. I was actually... I was right. It's just that I don't remember. Like, can't figure out where to see the characters. But this is my second day with the game. Faces need a bit of work. Oh, sorry. Faces in general need a bit of work. It's fine, but need some refinement. Yeah, I agree. It's mostly the expressions, right? I'm gonna say, yeah, like the clothing is really solid, but then the faces can be a little bit static at times. Like a lot of the animations that we saw early on, they had some really solid animations. I think were really good, with like very expressive characters. But when you're doing like the quests, it seems like they've kind of dropped that at the moment, and you just have characters standing around awkwardly looking at each other. And I was praising how the game had these dynamic animations at the beginning, but, well, now that we don't have any of it anymore, as, you know, we've progressed and gone later into the game, it's gotten, I potentially need to withdraw my statement. I think the characters were just a little bit more expressive. Like, I want to see the detective's deadpan, pissed off face a little bit more, because that was hilarious. But as it stands, they just kind of look the same way and occasionally move their eyebrows. I think having a little bit more, like more dynamic actions or whatever, not just putting hand on hip, I suppose, would be more interesting. The NPC and what is it? Main quest privilege? Yeah, I suppose. To be honest, it's I'm not even sure if I'm doing the main quest or not, because I'm just running around doing quests. But I mean, I have these city errands. Am I just... Is the purple one meant to be the main quest that I should be doing? Because they all give the same amount of XP. I think I'll do these blue quests, and then I'll probably go into the purple one and see if that's the main one. More like a combat test. I'm sure it's a combat test. I think it's like a bit of an everything test. Maybe like an exploration test, a combat field test, I don't think it's a progression test at the very least, because progression seems very, you know, theme parky. But yeah, I don't think there's any specific direction as to, oh, you know, we're specifically looking for people to comment on this. There will be a survey, or at least there is a survey that's meant to come around as you complete parts of the story, which I haven't gotten any yet, so I'll have to see how that goes. Or maybe I have. Is it like a mail? I have items, but no mail. But I'm meant to get a sort of yeah, there we go. I think this survey, which I have to complete, and oh, okay, that. And maybe depending on the questions that they have on the survey, we'll get a bit of a feel of what it is that they're looking for within the game. What they're looking for to get feedback on specifically. The only logical fix is to put Red Rose in every cutscene. You are absolutely correct. That is the one character that is consistently well animated. Over animated at times even. Theme parky is crazy. I mean, for a open world gacha, I suppose it's very, you know, just you know, do this quest and do that quest and do that quest. Technically, you do have, you know, these little explorations, but the game badly needs a jump button. I actually don't think jump buttons are all that great. I actually like games not having a jump button because it makes everything feel more grounded, and I like that. But it'd be nice to have a little bit more clarity, like, okay, you have the parkour, but I can't climb this up. But then if I go on the horse and I just jump off, now suddenly I can, well, sometimes glide. There we go. I can glide, and now I can go back up. So it just feels a bit inconsistent, I suppose, of how they're trying to do their movement, or their kind of how you traverse the world. And
The center of city gossip.
vertical exploration here doesn't really work. I mean, I think it could if they had just done, they were a little bit more, how do I say, more adventurous with how they're doing like the railing systems and the parkour stuff. It would be more interesting. But the fact that I think the horse, you know, as somebody said previously here in the chat, right? It's almost as if like they know that the movement is a bit clunky and the movement isn't all that great, but they just give you the horse so you can bypass it.
Speed up.
It feels like that's kind of the situation right now. But it'd be cooler if you had not necessarily a jump button, but more ways to interact with the verticality outside of it. Then you got a War Games handle lack of a jump button very well. I think that's a good observation, actually. There are lots of games, recent games, like AAA quality games that have done a good job at not doing jump buttons. And I would rather have more games without jump buttons than games with them, because I do like the grounded feeling. It's just, well, learning how to execute it. It's like designing your map around it, because, you know, God of War is not a particularly vertical game, and this one is. So you do have to keep that in mind when designing your environments in this game. Either you give like more railings or more parkour or stairs or whatever that you can make use of to move around. I'm trying to scan this thing, but I'm not being able to. Okay, now I can. My right click just wasn't working. Now, it was working for a moment, and now it doesn't work again. That's very weird. You could do AC parkour. That's essentially the same thing as jump button. I mean, ish. I think Assassin's Creed parkour would work well here. It is a bit more strict, I guess, of how it works, but I'd rather that than, you know, just like randomly jumping in combat or jumping in the middle of the street or having like jump and dive attacks or whatever. We support the evolving trends here. The game is very vertical and it's very confusing to get on top of any building. I agree. I absolutely agree. And you are right. That's like the rails, the way in which they have integrated rails is not good, because you can't really tell. First of all, they're kind of hard to find. It's like, okay, there are no rails here. It's meant to be like a little purple thing, but like I can't really see it in the distance. Like, is there a rail anywhere there which I could potentially engage with? It feels like I have to like really come up and close to a rail to actually be able to identify that it even exists. And then there's the whole point where it doesn't quite, as you say, you have like these twirling rails that go everywhere, and like it starts going up, so I think, okay, I'm gonna be climbing the building, and then suddenly like starts going straight and then it goes down, and I end up on the floor below the one that I started in. And I think that's not particularly great. Okay, estate investment. What is this? This is a daily, it seems. I can upgrade a shop. But I have no idea how. I am in the shop. The NPC is here. How do I upgrade the shop? Do I just right click it? Damn, that's an expensive building, maybe? Let's see. Can I invest in it? Alright, John's Pizza. I could go for pizza right now. Actually, I'm starving, man. I could go for a fat American or a meat feast. I could go for a meat feast pizza. Like, I would actually... Opening soon. Do I have to wait for this? I think... I'm not sure if it's like in-game waiting or real-time waiting, but... Okay, I have stuff in the fridge that I have to make, otherwise it'll go bad, so no pizza for me. Aesthetically, the game has drip, definitely has potential. I mean, I agree. That's the one of the biggest selling points of the game. It's the aesthetic, which we need more reverse 1999s. We need more Silver Palace, kind of Victorian England, or, you know, this kind of Renaissance era, like post-Renaissance era Europe. I think is a really cool aesthetic that we... Oh, That's not what I wanted. I didn't want to insult this poor lady to her face. But technically, you know, they're saying, you know, you look like any random Joe bloggers on the street, but she's about as NPC model as you can be NPC model. So maybe it was the right pick. I think like I'm doing too many side quests. I should probably try and experiment with the main story, which I'm not even sure if the main story is the purple one, but I can try. Let me try tracking this one out. And let's do it instead. I don't even know how we progress here. I remember the main story being like what, like yellow markers as opposed to blue or purple ones. So I wonder if it's just, you know, complete all the blue quests. DCC has probably the best NPC models out of any game. Yes, the like Elfie is amazing. Orchidea is amazing. What is it? General Chop is amazing. They just have really good NPCs. Even Ray, which is, you know, a relatively simple model, just like, you know, the mechanical arms that she has and the like, it's all pretty sick. I think the Sweetie as well, which, you know, everybody's super hyped for. Everybody loves Sweetie. So yeah, the NPCs, Xenosteam does put work into the NPCs, and I think it's a much better game as a result. What? How do I... That was really weird. I swear that icon was pointing towards the inside of the building. But well... Oh, it is. How do I mean, Lauren is right here. He is here, so... What am I meant to do with this quest? Do I go up and then... Are there any like hidden rooms that I'm missing here? There is, but now it's below me. It's not the place. Potential quest marker issue. Although to be honest, I think having some, for once not being entirely handheld is good, but... The random NPCs that just fill their background in CBT, clearly the actual speaking NPCs in a lot of games is crazy. You are right, actually. You see, because there's so much variety. You have like your Thyrans walking around, you have your humans, you have like children. There's such a wide variety of characters in the open world, which I think makes it feel more alive. I remember when I was taking a last season, I was taking footage for Banway, right? And just like I was walking with Banway towards the screen to get like a, you know, Banway walking away from the sunset kind of angle, and you had like a little kid just walking next to him, and the contrast between, you know, like massive Banway and little kid was pretty interesting. And just the fact that you had that come up as a natural interaction from playing the game, right, from just getting some footage, I think was pretty neat. A few things that pull me out of a story when I see over-designed playable characters sitting right next to a basic NPC model. Yeah, it's a very like, this is the protagonist, very clearly the protagonist angle, which is doesn't quite look all that right. All right, horse drifting, let's go. This is something that I do think is pretty cool. It just feels like they added it for no reason, because again, the horse just feels very out of place. But I fucking love the horse drifting. Oh, I went too far. I love the CCC depth, so the world is legit. Oh, it's felt. Yes, it is indeed. Right. Guess we should actually look at the map before going into places. Although I do wish they had a little bit more well, I guess like the environments that we have, the towns, the cities, the instance areas that they do have a lot of attention to detail as well. Like if we talk about the world, not even just as, oh, you know, the NPCs and the people that populate the world, but even just like from a environmental perspective. I think they do a really good job at it. But it's in a way that I almost would like us to start getting a large variety of... I would almost like if we got smaller spaces, but a bigger variety of them, which we had a lot of during like the 1.0 moments, or like 1.x rather. But then it feels like we've gone a little bit, like they're really expanding the world ever since they went with 2.x to make things a little bit more open. Like we had the summer resort place, and you know, the extendable... How am I even fighting? I think there was almost like a little charm to the game about having like these more confined spaces that were highly detailed, and I hope we start getting some of that as we start going back to the city, or going back to New Eridu. We start getting a good balance of, okay, you have like the cool open world locations, and then you also have like these more claustrophobic but nicely detailed locations as well that they can really go ham in and give a lot of character to. Stella Blade, go to the hub and have Eve stand next to a basic NPC. Is literally a masterpiece next to a cardboard box. That is one way of putting it. I think the Truth main quest you did was the last one thus far. Like, as in, what, the one that what was the blue ones, or like this one that I'm doing now? I'd be expecting that I'd like have another fight with Cinderella. Okay, these are NPCs that look a little bit more... less NPC based. I fuck with this look, actually. The old huge ass round glasses. It was very hippie. Landing in hollow zones are a bit too big with nothing interesting in them, yeah. There's not much of it doesn't really feel like there's much of a reason to explore besides getting the, you know, the map completion. Like I said, part of the reason why I picked up Zenless Zone Zero is because I was tired of open world games. I just wanted something that was very, like, instanced. And it feels like they're moving away from it, and I'm not really my vibe. Right.
Stop.
Okay, I should probably use Cinderella a little bit more. I do like this character. This, like, it's too close. I can't see anything. Please.
Fools belong in hell.
That ultimate also does so much damage. Explosion. There we go, and then the second ultimate. Hopefully they bring it back to season 3. Yeah, I think a lot of this, like, talking about world as well, you know, like you have world building too. Like the whole AI plotline, which we had with, you know, like Fairy and Yokai and all of those, that was really cool, and it just kind of seems to be forgotten. I like the fact that Phaethon's whole idea is like, okay, we are like the nerdy people that don't go into the hollows, but we direct you from outside. And they kind of ruined that, and I'm not sure I vibe with that. I think it'd be nice giving them more limits, not making them just be, you know, hostage number 305 every time a fight goes on.
Nevermore.
And just the general Hollow Zero plotline, like the Geppetto plotline, which we haven't seen much progression on for a while. It'd be great seeing more of that. So I do hope that they kind of return to the world building aspects. So it's like
I'll take care of it.
the all of season 2 has been very, how do I say it? Very like fantastical is how I'd put it. You know, you have like magic, talisman, shit flying around everywhere. It feels a bit over the top. And I like more grounded everything, more grounded combat, more grounded powers, more grounded, what did I say? Not necessarily plot lines, because I do like the fantastical aspect of the plot lines, but more quote-unquote urban fantasy, I suppose, and less wuxia, Lord of the Rings, or whatever. I feel like the big areas are going to become the normal ZZZ because they've already spun up the pipeline to make those stupid exploration areas. I mean, even if they have the... I think if there's one good thing about Zenless, is the developers are most certainly not strangers to kind of giving up something. I mean, TV modes, never coming back, I'm sorry. So I think if they find that, okay, these open world areas have not worked as well as we hoped, or the player base is not really engaging with it all that much, then I don't think they will keep it. If I fill up this bar, I don't really get anything from it, right? Just literally goes on cooldown, ammo goes on cooldown. The co-op event was a nice return to form, having us sit behind the computer and directing the agents. Actually, that is correct, yeah. I think the co-op event in general has been quite good. While I do think that, you know, it feels like chain attacks him up a little bit too often. I think the the ultimate cutscene is the fact that because it doesn't pose a timer whenever you use an ultimate cutscene. A lot of the time, it feels like you don't want to use the ultimate, at least on an anomaly character like Yanagi. But overall, the concept and the execution of the co-op mode, I think, is very well done. I think it holds a lot of promise. If they considering this as like an early kind of beta look at it in a way, or just to get a feel for what players think of it, I am quite satisfied with how they've implemented co-op. I just hope bosses will be a bit tankier though. And the Joyous review, yes, that was really sick. I want to see some of the. I mean, I'm okay with the original Void Hunters being dead, but it'd been nice if we got their successors. You know, like Miyabi is a successor of, you know, the original Swordmaster, and, you know, are we gonna have a successor to the, you know, to like Dan, or like the mercenary troop? I think that'd be really cool. I mean, technically we've already seen him, right? We know that he's alive now, like the cutscenes or the stills from the story. So it can be the OG Void Hunters or the, you know, new Void Hunters or like the successors, but it'd be nice to get some of these like lore things be integrated into the game more actively. Is this literally just like a door? Okay, it is indeed. I love the feel that everything had a basis on a sort of fictional science. Now it feels like random magic, yeah. And I want more guns again. I guess, is this why I like Soul of Palace? Because there's guns in it. But I want, you know, more Nicoles, you know, like, not even just guns, but like transforming weapons. Like Bloodborne-esque weapons where you have like this rule of cool, crazy ass shit, but it's still, you know, modern in a way. Who's your favorite ZZZ characters known gameplay? I mean, depends, right? Personality, looks. I think Evelyn is probably one of my favorite designs, even though it's simple. Everybody says that Yanagi is an NPC, but I really fuck with how Yanagi looks.
What's broken?
Trick weapons, exactly. That's what we want. Okay, how do I open the clue menu? This, I feel like I do not know what any of these things do still. Okay, pull that up. This is just characters, so that's not it. I think I'll just ask it. It's not commissions, it's not items, it's not city events? No, it's not that. It's not the agenda, because yeah, that's just the menu. Evidence board, there we go, that's what it was. Had hope for an ultra cool male Void Hunter, but Joy seems like the next big villain. To be honest, I think I'm okay with him being a villain, so long as we get, you know, kind of a successor or like an alternative, you know, male Void Hunter character. That would be cool. I mean, I just want more male Void Hunters, period. I look at Genshin, right, and we had, what, you had Venti, you had Zhongli, and release, right, they were kind of the release-ish Archons, and then everything else was female. Like, please, I want more male characters, generally. Alice, don't ask me why, but I just love her. I think Alice has a pretty decent design. I think she isn't like as over the top or over designed as a lot of characters. But I think as a design, she's actually pretty cool. The sword being thrown off as well is really solid. I think she's fine as a character, to be honest. It's not like my vibe specifically, because I do like the adult characters a bit more. But I think she's done solid. I think she could have had a more kind of noble lady fancy outfit as like a DLC outfit, and I think it'd have gone really well too. And you didn't clarify, but I think the main question you finished last session was the last currency available. Last currency, which currency? Oh, the main quest? Oh, the main quest I finished last session. I see. That's what you meant. Okay, no, that makes sense. But I'm with it. I thought I'd be getting more, like more surveys or something as I completed the quests, but... Am I looking at the right place? It was a Nameless Ashes case or something. Which one was I meant to check the evidence board for? I think the simple look of Nago? What was Nago? Every time I see Nago, I think of Nagoriyuki from, you know, Gyori Gear. I guess a little bit of PTSD about just getting absolutely fucking one-shot. But I'd rather have Yanagi than all the over-designed stuff in games like this. Fully on board with that. I do not like characters that are too noisy in designs. Fontaine was a blessing for Mayawanters. I mean, yeah, because they had the Cold Duke of the North with like the fist guy that had like, you know, like the cat ears looking thing. He looks so fucking cool. I wish we got characters like that in Zenless. And his design didn't seem too overdone either. He had like Nouvellette, which again looks pretty solid. Mayo characters definitely need more of them. We need enemy boss to turn playable. Pompey, dude, as soon as I saw Pompey, I'm like, holy fuck, we need this character. We need a bearded character as well. Like, give me like, is there any Hoyo gacha character, playable character that has a beard? They do not exist. They simply do not exist, and I wish they did. We need some bearded characters. Never forgive the game for taking Isoli away from you. Same. Her design was so good, easily better than a lot of some of the like. I think, you know, you put each one's default design next to Isoli, and it's like, you know what? The latter is a lot better than the former. Asian games don't do my style of male characters. I love the classic huge buff badass type of male character like Kratos do. Yeah, exactly. That's what we should have in these. Technically, we got it with Banyue in a way, so potentially, never say never. But Banyue is a bit more like a bulky guy, so I hope we get more Banyues coming through. Seth Brother is ascribed to be some Ryo-esque character. I don't even know if it's Seth Brother or whatever. I just hope we get a kind of well-dressed or kind of down-to-earth, not excessively over-designed male character that is just cool. More Hugos, essentially. But without the twinkification of Hugo. Give me back like the OG Hugo. Not Hugo still looks amazing, mind you. I still love Hugo. But, you know, not... The twinkification of Hugo definitely did a number on him. Okay. Complete the case Lawrence Troubles. Open the evidence board from the main menu. Let me do that. I mean... Oh, so it's a different tab. That's what it was. Okay. Group of thugs. We do have a lot of evidence. I should probably have been doing this previously, shouldn't I? Because I practically gathered all of the evidence ahead of time. Not Cry with Fions, Jurian, and Valkyr is very solid. To be honest, yeah, I think... I was saying before, right? The Not Cry designs, I think, have modded almost all of the previous designs that Genshin had with Natlan. Like, it's way, way better. We'd like to be more competitive endgame PvE content, leaderboard, etc. I think leaderboard is not necessarily something that is... I think leaderboard can be a little bit too formal for some people, and it's very whale. It's like, oh, you're gonna have a leaderboard for only M0P1 characters, or a leaderboard for, you know, N1 characters, or cost bases. I think having like an absolute leaderboard is just gonna be whales, and I think that's not very encouraging to people who are not whales, because they'll just see the leaderboard and the only thing that they'll see is, okay, I'll never get there. So I'm not sure that leaderboard or the competitive aspect of it is a thing. But I do think that having a more difficult endgame is good. So I think having, like, you can compare scores, right? You can upload the score to YouTube, or you can upload your run, or you can, like, share screenshots of how are you doing Deadly Assault and Shiyu, and that in a way can be competitive without having an in-game leaderboard function for it. I think the way that they do percentiles is very good. So not a leaderboard, but you know how you can be, you know, yeah, like top 1%, top 2% in Deadly Assault, or, you know, top 3% in the new Deadly Assault S game mode that they had. Those are called Threshold Simulation. or Shiyu defense, so you're like a top 1% player. I think that is a good implementation of a leaderboard in a way, because it's an anonymous leaderboard. It's not a true leaderboard, but it's still competitive. It still gives you the drive to be like, oh, I can push to be like top 0.5%. I can push to be prismatic and deadly assault, and I think that is really cool. So I think that's a good implementation of how they would do leaderboard-ish things. But like an absolute leaderboard, it's like, oh, this is the number 1, this is the number 2. I don't think that would work out very well. Oh, we do get more variety, but I don't think if they go for like other looking characters. I mean, same. But again, we had Banyue, so there is hope. Something I'm a bit worried in Enfield. OG Arknights has some older looking characters, but in Enfield so far not so much. I mean, we have what's his name? Pogranichnik. Oh, Helliger, right? Technically in the OG Arknights. I'm look for Arknights. Just let's like get this out of the way. I'm gonna be referring to them by the Enfield names, because I'm having to refer to characters with 2 different names is gonna drive me insane. So we're gonna go Pogranichnik. He's kind of like an older character. Still got like the Bishonen-ish look, but he's still old, and I think that is cool. I think Arknights character designs have always been very good. Like, they have not shied away from experimenting with different things. And honestly, I think Arknights has some of the best character designs in, like, gaming period. I'm not even talking like, oh, just catching him. I think Arknights designs are really, 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 really good. So I actually think Arknights will do well. If anything, I'm a little bit more scared for the more zany character designs that they have, like Yvonne and what's her name, like Last Rite, because they look more like Genshin characters than they do Arknights characters. I hope they stick to the Arknights kind of like tactical gear, more grayscale, down-to-earth formula of character design, because that's what I really fuck with when it comes to Arknights. But I think if there's a game that will give us older characters, Enfield is probably it. Let's see. Love my deep dive guides. Thank you. I will be making a Mindscape. I still have a Mindscape guide for Darlin that I haven't finished, and one for Banyue, and then there's gonna be one for Xiao, and there's gonna be one for Yishin Guang, because nobody does like proper, like more in-depth Mindscape content as well. So I will be trying to cover that. It's fun. It'd be fun to have a friend or outpost leaderboard, but global leaderboard would be bad. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, friend or outpost leaderboard would be okay. I think that'd be fine. My first sub 10% of this rotation. That is so congratulations, man. And yeah, I think that's the thing. Like these percentiles, it is an anonymous way of doing competition, which is good. I was grinding for the top 1% Sword Bearer title in the Yishin Guang event. I got 1%, and that was before I activated Mindscapes. I was kind of doing it without Mindscapes because I need my Mindscapes on Yishin Guang. And I don't even have Xiao's signature because I'm not too fond of the character. So I was essentially just doing it with the Yishin Guang Dallin M0P1 on all. And again, I haven't activated my Dallin Mindscapes either because I haven't finished my Dallin Mindscape video. And I grinded the shit out of that for the top 1%. And the biggest problem that I had was that it took a very long time for the enemies to spawn. You'd kill an enemy and then it wouldn't spawn for a while. And I thought that was normal. And then I went and did some co-op and I found out that, hold on a second, I'm like 3%. I dropped. Oh my god, I guess I have to grind even further. This is going to be really difficult to push for 1%. And then I realized that they fixed it. And now the enemies are spawning really quickly. So I did it again and I got like double the score that I had previously. Just because now the enemies were spawning at the right time. Wish we had a 1v1 game mode with co-op parry. I think, like Tower of Fantasy had like a 1v1-esque endgame, didn't it? Another thing, I feel like gacha gacha PvP, unless they normalize or equalize things, is never going to be any good. God. The camera is... I would just use the range skill, even though I'm not that fond of it, simply so I can see what I'm doing properly. Would you make an Enfield starter guide? I'm not sure about a starter guide, but I will definitely be making advanced guides. So there's a lot of... Arknights Enfield combat is very simple on the surface. We have some crazy-ass optimizations that you can do, like optimization cancels, like dodge parry checks, working around the hit stops to Like you have overlapping, what you call, like slowdowns. There's a lot of really advanced stuff that you can do in Enfield that I've seen nobody talk about. Like not a single person have talked about, especially in the West, where it feels like, at the very least, if I go on Bilibili, I can see some like try-hard speedruns, but I see nothing in the West. So I will definitely be focusing on like Deadly Assault try-hard equivalent, you know, like it would be, what is it, Rogadon speedruns and Umbral Monument speedrun kind of content and what you need to do to maximize the value out of your gameplay. So I'll definitely be doing a lot of like really advanced character stuff, not even character stuff, but like general stuff. And then for the general gameplay, I will try and sneak some things in. But to be honest, the game's tutorial, like Arknight's Enfield's tutorial in and of itself, is really good. Usually I complain that games, you know, they have all of these concepts and they do a terrible job at introducing them to you, but Enfield is the exception to the rule. I think they've done a very good job with their tutorials. So from that standpoint, I don't think there is much of a need for me to cover the basic combat mechanics. But at the very least, my unique selling point is incredibly sweaty try-hard shit, and there's a lot of that in Enfield that I can do, so I will be doing it. Let's see, what have I missed? The Daily No Stop Spending on ZZZ, we're getting endless service mail notification. Who knows, you know, I might start spending in Enfield instead. I'm actually not planning on, like, so far, I have gotten every single character at M0, P0 at the very least, because I have to do content. But like, starting with 2.0, I got into the creator program, so I started being able to make videos with the creator server, and from there I no longer needed to roll for every character, but I still did, almost like, okay, maybe if something happens, or just so I can have the ability to do this from my own account. But I think now it's at the point where I am not sure I'm gonna be rolling for the idols. I might not do so. So, and I'm kind of, while I have whaled hard on Yishin Guang, I didn't do so on Dialin. I did get M2, I suppose, so that is pretty whale. But you know, no, not M6 levels of whale. Lollies in this game, or in Zenless Zone Zero, in any game, do not get my money. It's not the angle for me. So my expenses in Zenless have certainly decreased in 2.0, or 2.x rather. Main thing that worries me about Enfield is the gacha system. It's like weird. I think it's, if you are a low spender, it's really good. It's better than most other systems. Just the fact that they don't have like a traditional, you know, pay-to-win weapon gacha. You get your weapon gacha from rolling for characters, I think is neat. But then the problem is, like, if you get lucky with a character, you then can't get their signature weapon because you don't have enough rows to get their actual weapon, which is weird. And there's this whole thing where if you should never pull if you don't get enough to like get the 120 guarantee. I actually did that in the beta and I didn't get Levitine or Yvonne because I was like 3 pulls off by the end of it. So you literally only pull if you have 120. So anybody that has, you know, issues with kind of being able to hold back any single pullers that, you know, spend the premium caressing as soon as they get it, they're gonna struggle. But if you're patient and you plan things ahead, it is very friendly for low spenders or free-to-play players in that regard. But if you're a whale, it's really weird because you don't get character guarantees unless you roll like 240 times. And if you're kind of, again, like this whole thing, right? The fact that the weapon is tied to the character banner pools is really kind of fucks up your progression system. So it's like, I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's good, and it's excessively convoluted, that's for sure. And one of these things that I really like in character design, other than like the fancy eyelashes that they do, is like the little makeup that they do on the characters here is pretty neat. I wish you'd have more characters that go kind of wild with makeup in these gacha games. Alright, these guys are pretty tanky actually, holy fuck. I will focus on this and continue. I feel like I'm terrible at keeping up with chat. but it's alright. I'm baby streamer. I used to just do PvP streams where I never really read chat because I'm just focusing on the PvP. And now that I'm PvE streamer, I actually get to read chat every once in a while, which is great. Oh, what was that? That was a bit weird.
You owe me a cocktail shaker.
Timing is everything.
But occasionally I do have to, well, play the game, I suppose. Although they're not that tanky. They seem quite tanky at the start, but I keep messing up the charge attack on Detective as well. Because you have to do like 3 to 4 basics, and then you hold charge, and then you do that, right? You do the better charge attack, but it just feels a bit awkward. Again, everything in this game feels delayed. It's like they have like an input lag, like a really heavy input lag on everything you do. Okay, what was I? Let's see. It's talking about gacha system, but yeah, I think gacha system's mixed. I don't think it's terrible, but it could be better. M0 W1 DA kills only happens nowadays on a boss's debut. I mean, yeah, to be honest, even like in 2.x with Alice and Yuzuha release, Fiend wasn't killable at M0P1 or M0 W1. So the Seed as well, it felt like they were pushing for, we do not want bosses to be killable without mindscapes, but I think it wasn't particularly well received. So now they are kind of making it so that, okay, on release you can kill, but to be honest, even Banyue was fucking hard. I think there are very few people that managed to kill Wandering Hunter with Banyue on his release, because you needed some pretty steep gear, or you need to do like the 4 stun, 4 wrath, 4 ornament rotations, which were quite intense. Like my content because it's the sweats. Yeah. I mean, the only reason I started making content to begin with is because there was lots of sweaty content that like nobody was doing. It's like, okay, has anybody made a guide on this or like a video on that? I was like, no, they haven't. Like my first video really was just a how to master guide, which was not even like a how to master guide. It was just like, okay, here is how quivers work and how you do like his combos. It was more like a combo guide than a proper character guide. And it was kind of doing like with chain trigger attack and things like that. So what got me to start making content is just that the lack of incredibly try-hard sweat content creators in the West. How do I get my information? Do I watch a lot of speedruns and try to dissect what's happening? Depends. I mean, most of the information I get, I just from trying it myself. I just do a lot of runs, and things happen during the runs, and it's almost like random, right? It's just brute force. Just keep doing runs, and occasionally something happens, and oh wow, this seems pretty interesting. I didn't realize that I could do this, and then I go with that. But I also do try and check content whenever it's available. Like after I do a few runs myself, and I get a feel for how a character works, or how a game works in general, I'll usually go online and be like, okay, has been any Bilibili videos on this or YouTube videos on this? It's like, has anybody uploaded something that showcases a tech or a route or something that I have not been able to do myself? And then I study up on that. But with like create a server, there isn't an opportunity to do that. I just have to do all solo because, well, you can't. There are no videos out. Although there are like some, you know, illicit server stuff, but I can't talk about that because I don't engage with it myself. Precisely because, you know, Hoyo creator. So let's go with Red Rose's advice. But yeah, so most of the stuff is just labbing it myself and then occasionally checking other people's uploads. I think PvP would work if they let you use trial versions, like rock, paper, scissors mode. I mean, yeah, I think trial versions would work, but then balancing around PvP is a pain in the ass. I've played way too many Korean MMOs to know that balancing a PvP game is more important than the fundamental combat that lies beneath it. So I think if you have PvP, unless you put like a... what do I need? Intricately dressed lady some mini majesty chocolate. There we go. But unless you really know what you're doing, you have like a dedicated balance team to make things work, it's not going to be enjoyable. It's just going to be frustrating for people, and then people end up quitting your game because of PvP as opposed to not engaging with it because they just get frustrated. That's the characterize that. Red Rose is like the coolest character that we have, I would say. In fact, I should probably have the thumbnail that I have for my my YouTube streams, shall we say, should be the Silver Palace one, but I don't think I can select the thumbnail before I start streaming. Oh no, I can. Let me upload my Red Rose thumbnail for the stream, because yeah, Red Rose is great. You're never an Anomaly guy either. Yeah, to be honest, it's I like Anomaly when they're not Anomaly, which is a bit weird, right? I like Yanagi. Yanagi Hyper Carry is really fun. I like Miyabi Mono Ice. You know, I like Alice, but not Alice Vivian. I like Alice, you know, Nicole, Alice Jane, you know, like monophysical Alice. So I like Anomaly when I don't have to deal with Anomaly and Disorder ICDs, because they just really obnoxious. I don't think Anomaly and Disorder ICDs are done particularly well in Zenless. That's not what I wanted to wait to. It's 8 a.m. So it just gets really frustrating work around Anomaly ICD. So anything that lets me bypass that or lets me ignore it, I find fun. But anything that doesn't, I don't like. Thank me and Zeke for the YouTube content, so I don't have to use Billy Billy. Yeah, gotta do those runs. Because even in Billy, it's kind of difficult to find content. Like, you know, you have like some big names, like, you know, like SDS Wendy and the like. But it can be surprisingly difficult, even if you know what to look for. Usually you just have to like find specific players that you know are like mains or specific, like they do, like Shadow 7 for example. Players that you know are good, and then you just check them, because it's very difficult finding like new skilled players or just finding content out in the wild. And yeah, Zik is godlike. Yo, Boba Novo, yeah, that bit about PvP balance, exactly. You know what I'm talking about. Good old Lost Dog, you know what I'm talking about. Where have you been, gamer? I've been gachaing. I'm a PvE gamer now. PvP is dead to me. That's sort of thing. I've been doing Xenozone 0, now Silver Palace, soon to be and Arcanite Centiodes. Oh, what was that? I feel like I have a debuff on me. Go. Instant death. I like Anomaly when they play like an attacker. Exactly. That's how it is. It doesn't have to play exactly like an attacker, you know, like monophysical. You don't have to work around. I mean, you still want to work around stun rotations. You still want as many assaults as possible, and especially with Alice Disorders. But I just don't like dealing with ICDs. I'm gonna make an outpost in ZZC. I have. It's just that I haven't like announced it or anything. I think I have like 20 slots left. I might just post it, because there's just like a lot of people I know that like I have a lot of friends that play the game. So I'm like, all right, let me get my my friends and people that I chat with on a daily basis on the outpost, because the biggest part of the outpost is like the chat system. I think that's, you know, you can just chat with people in game. And although that hasn't been used, I used that a lot when it released, and now, you know, a week, 2 weeks in, I barely touched it. So now that the chat system is kind of irrelevant, just chat on Discord. What's the point of using the outpost? And there was like the commissions as well. So like, but that ended up not being all that big a deal, right? You just upload the commission, somebody takes it, whatever. So maybe I just open it up generally, because the doing co-op and stuff with your friends and whatever, it's oh, what's this? Oh, hello? Can I read the message? What? Okay. The Mr. and Mrs. Leno. A bunch of words. The end. That was it. But I can probably open up the guild up for everybody, and then just kind of first come, first serve. If you apply, you join. And let's see, what else? Oh, lost my chat. It would help if we got some sort of visual indicator for the ICD. I mean, yeah, that'd help as well. If there was like a little like outer circle, you had like the anomaly circle, and you had like a little timer that kind of tick down. You had like a circle that just kind of decay as the ICD went through. But then the problem is you need to have one for anomaly, and then you need to have one for disorder. And the thing is, the anomaly is individual, right? It's you can apply another anomaly. You just can't apply the same anomaly. And then for the Zorda, where you can't apply any anomalies so long as the Zorda is locked. So it'd be very difficult for them to showcase that visually. Reading letters, 80% speedrun failed? Yeah, I could not do it. I used to read quite fast back when I was in uni, but now I've my brain rot manware binge reading has slowed down my literary ability. Okay, case simulation. I've already cleared this one. I don't want to do this one because I've already done it. I guess I'm gonna have to do it again. Outpost again like Discord, except instead of sending text hopping VC, you send screaming and yes, that is exactly it. Screaming Anton emote. There's been just sharing of scores as well. You know, there's been what is it? I've had like people share their like deadliest old scores, which you can do, and it's also great to like grill people because on the outpost you can see when somebody rose. So then, you know, you can see guild member X has done a temple and they have gotten Grace Howard, and it's like, oh shit, dudes, what happened there? Unlucky, unlucky. And then you see the one guy that does, you know, Y person has done one pull and gotten Yeshun Guang, and I was like, wow, is that were you just like doing single pulls of whatever currency you got? I was like, nah, I just like decided to do like 3 pulls that I had spare, and then I got it like 10 pulls in, like less than 10 pulls in. So there's a little bit of banter that can be had just from the seeing what people get in terms of pulls and scores from the guild system. Well, I should probably just like make a YouTube community post or something with it. Once I'm done with the seduction, I can uncap my characters hopefully, and oh, look at that! Look at the level diff. He just instantly dies. What's this? Okay, yeah. All right, I have no idea what any of these do. I think I'll just speed through it. Yeah. I think it'd be nice if they had more involved guild activities, because right now the outpost is just pray to God that somebody has commissions to post so you can max out your weekly thing. I've only managed to max out my weekly thing once. I'm at like 5 different outposts right now, and I never managed to complete all of the commissions in time, because it feels like they always end up getting taken up very early, and then nobody else has any more commissions to post. So I can't max out on the weekly currency for the intel board. So having like a little bit like more stuff that you could do with the guild would be interesting, because right now it feels very restrictive. Right now it's just like, you know, an easy way to invite people to co-op. So having some kind of group activity would make it a lot more interesting. It's so funny that they post people's 50-50 loss without their consent. Yeah.
Speed up.
It's funny. It's funny indeed. I've certainly found it hilarious. It'd be nice if they... Oh, it wouldn't be nice. It'd be horrific if they be like... if they specify like how much pity somebody was in when they got it. So you could see like this person pulled a character at like 89 pulls in. That would have been like double bad manners. But thankfully they didn't do that. Well, not thankfully, because it had been even funnier if they did that. It's like, oh man, what's that, soft pity? I don't think that exists, man. It's an illusion. Oh man. I've actually, it's pretty funny, like when I upload my shit to like rng.moe, my luck in terms of early pulls is non-existent. Like almost every single pull I make is like 78 plus or something. It's like minimum 80 usually that I actually get a pull. Very rarely do I get a character beneath 80 pulls, but my 50-50 luck is pretty decent, so it kind of averages out. My average luck is good because my 50. I've had some terrible 50-50 lucks. I went for Hugo M6 and I failed almost everything. Like almost, I think I only got like one 50-50 victory, and that was for M6 too. So that was like ridiculously expensive. But then, you know, binary happens and I win every single 50-50 without fail pretty much, and Banyu actually got really lucky because I got the like a tempo that gave me double Banyuways. So that was like the first time that has ever happened to me in any gacha. So, but usually the rest did take like a lot of pulls to get. But because I got relatively lucky with my 50/50s, it worked out. The right level of humiliation is just getting watched on the 50/50. What a way to describe it. But I think they'll be expanding the outpost system as well, because like the system, like it's there, right? It's just them building up on it. So now that we have the fundamentals or the system in place, it's gonna be a lot easier for them to just add content related to it. Kidnap a rich gentleman. Oh. Actually, before we do that, can I uncap a character? Let's go with Detective, because Detective actually has been one of the most enjoyable characters so far. Data Revision Superintendents. So I'll do this, and then I'll do 3. 1 and 2. Is this actually fighting a singular boss? Because if so, that's going to be really cool.
Ready for action.
I much prefer fighting like a boss over fighting ads. What's my lineup? There we go. And one thing actually that I wish this game had, that I wish every game had, Enfield doesn't have this, and they should. I'm fumbling. The one thing that I think every game should have is a training mode. I think we are very much spoiled in Zenless by having like the VR modes. Oh, slow-mo. Very Hugo of you. And I wish we were able to, okay, let me fight against like this like one individual character and practice against them. You know, be able to lab out character mechanics. Oh, damn, he parries it. I should probably be on the slider guy. There we go. Because he I whiffed! He does a lot of days. Did I dodge or did I get hit? Right, I always forget that he has like the special parry, right? Because he doesn't actually parry, he has like just a dodge. It's a bit weird though, because you don't have like he does like the modi hits. It feels like if I get the special dodge and then I attack, I get hit always. Because I don't have the like delay from the parry, shall we say. Oh, that's not what I wanted, but whatever, we'll go with it. Okay, I wish we had the other. That's one of the things that kind of made it really difficult to lab stuff in Arknights Enfield. Like the only way that you lab is like you go fight Rogodon, you go load into a boss stage and just try and fight it. But that's really almost messed that one up. Okay. Ooh, parry, let's go. But yeah, just the fact that you're forced to actually do a fight, as opposed to be able to like, oh, let me control resources, or just fight against a specific enemy, instead of having, oh, you have to clear the ads, you have to like get to this specific phase.
You'll never learn, Brett!
And it feels like it's something that'd be easy to implement as well, right? It's just like, okay, just give me like an empty room. You don't even have to have the map be detailed. And just load enemies when you select it from a menu. Alright, he's dead. That was pretty cool actually. I liked this. This is meant to be like something that you do daily to get mats. And the fact that I had to, you know, do a proper boss fight to get mats was neat. Like, not Notorious Hunt, Zenless Zone Zero, where the boss was dying in literally seconds, but like a proper, like, he was pretty tanky actually, which was cool. Zenless Zone Zero training room needs a 3-star enemy. It does, and again, I've been putting it in every single feedback form. Please expand the training room. Please add more enemies. They haven't updated the enemy list since release. Like, please add bosses. Please add more variety of enemies that we can try things on, right? Because like, especially like, let's say you want to lab like an anomaly route, for example. It's relatively impossible to do that unless you like have the specific enemy that you're going for, because weaknesses are such a big deal when it comes to building anomaly. That you literally just have to go in and route manually. But Or, you know, if you're doing like double chain attacks, so you can't do double chain attacks because you can only do, if you cancel, the maximum limit is 2.
It's all in vain.
If anything, the good thing about Dylan is her ultimate conversion lets me like fake pretend that the enemy has 3 chain attacks by doing the cancel holds.
Stop. Youthful
Okay,
folly.
very nice. I think I have to stay on this guy to build days, but I have to be careful about not following up unless I know that the Rex is not going to be doing anything. Like now, right? Wait. Oh. Even then, if I wait and do nothing. Okay. There we go. That was good. I don't even scratch my nose. I think I'm gonna save my
Youthful folly.
there we
Out
go.
of my way.
One.
Give up already.
Then. Wait, did I already use them all? No.
Timing is everything.
He is really tanky though, holy shit. I can't believe I missed all of that.
A waste of
Actually quite difficult, I'm actually getting my ass beat. Alright, let's heal up. Be having to focus and instead of
Reset the board.
just blabbing away. Alright, hopefully this triggers while the ultimate is up. It doesn't seem like it did. Oh, this is bad. I should not be trying to stagger him right now because the oh, I did manage to get a parry on character swap. I think is it just what, either timing? Or does it have to be done against bosses? Like, I tried to swap and parry with a swap, but it didn't work before, but now it is. Yeah, fuck it. I'm not moving away. Fuck mechanics. Just DPS through it. I need to build some more of my energy on this guy because I'm definitely gonna need more healing. Oh, did I cancel that with the projectile? Okay. I'm gonna try to get another parry swap. Okay, so it feels like I can only do the parry swap if I don't have like the swap gauge. If I have the swap gauge, it doesn't feel like it works.
Belong in hell.
Okay, ultimate. Big damage. And then just max out my gauge ASAP with the fire. Okay, this is not good because he parries that now. Oh. There we go. My explosion finisher into the ultimate.
I'll take care of this.
Can I hit him while he's down? I can.
Distraction.
Ultimate,
Nevermore.
and then he should be dying soon. They should be able to parry during this slowdown. Dodge. Cinderella, and now he's dead. Okay, now I can go back to chat. Actually, I have to focus. Yeah. This was cool. I like the combat in this game when you're not getting flanked by like 20 different enemies, and the camera isn't all over the place, and it's like a focused 1v1 encounter. This is really good. It's really, really good. Really fun. But then when you're like in the open world and you have things going about and, you know, enemies move side to side and you can't lock on one, and you keep looking at the ground when you want to look forwards, and then the enemy jumps and now you can't actually see the parry because they're out of range. To be honest, Rex does that too, which is a bit annoying. But at the very least, when it's only one enemy, it's a lot more manageable.
Let's keep those brats in check,
okay,
and then we'll
where
get
was
to
I?
have our vacation in peace.
I wish you could see more than one anomaly gauge at time and Zenless. Same. It's really annoying not being able to see the other anomaly. But then they'd have to like do all of them. Which is... It feels like they should show the 2 or 3 most recent anomalies kind of like overlapped. They're like one circle, and then you had like a slight overlap on the other circle or something like that, so you can like roughly see how it is. Or maybe a slight transparency to it. I'm sure there are ways of doing it that might be better, but it'd be nice to
before you are silenced for good.
not like... Part of the reason why I use her so good is because every time her anomaly build ticks, you can see how much anomaly has been built on the other one, which is kind of crazy. It sucks that Enfield doesn't have a training room feature because they literally have a training room with combo notations of character training. Yeah, they literally have the environment there. They just need to make a menu that you can select things. I'm gonna make more videos on Yishin Guang. I will trying to make just like it's not gonna be like a super in-depth guide, but kind of cover potential variety on some optimizations for her combos and stuff like that, and some basic understanding of how you want to route with her. and kind of how you work, you know, with Zhao Veil and stuff like that. And I also want to do Mindscape stuff because nobody does Mindscape stuff, and as a whale myself, I do want to have it. So I do plan on doing some Yishun Guangans. Yeah, it's just that kind of Silver Palace and Arknight's Enfield are taking the priority at the moment. Imagining I should also edit the stats of the enemies. I mean, you can edit the level, which is technically the stats. But the thing is, which is weird, the training room mobs, the training room elite mobs, have different stat balances and different stat weights than the regular elite mobs, like how you might find in Shield Defense. They are not the same. And like their, you know, HP, attack, whatever values, they're not quite exactly the same, which makes it weird to lab on them. It'd be nice if they just made the bosses or the enemies just be one-to-one replicas of how they actually appear in-game. Okay, level 30, and I lost almost all of my mats. Let's do some XP now. Let's see, the TV modes are grossly misused. I agree. The problem is like I actually found the TV narrative fine. The problem is like it's like Hollow Zero with TVs. You load on TVs, and then you would walk 3 squares, and then you go to a loading screen so that you could do a fight. You kill the enemy in 3 seconds, then have a loading screen to get out, then you walk 1 square, then you have like a small zoom in into like a dialogue option where you click a thing, and then you have the zoom out to take you out of the dialogue. It's like it was so much waiting. I'm too ADHD for the TV mode because it wasn't. It just did not feel particularly good to use. If they had streamlined it a little bit more, I think it had been nicer, but too late now. Parry-based combat always starts feeling awful when they spam you with enemies, not gonna lie, yeah. Because like you're trying to parry one enemy, but then you have to parry another, and then you just like keep parrying a bajillion things at the same time. But I do think that there's potential if, you know, you parry and then you could do like a strong counter or something and then change to another. Like Zenless technically has parry-based combat with multiple enemies, and it can work, but the focus really is, you know, singular enemies. That's kind of the end game combat focus, and this game does not seem to be it. And is this Silver Palace closed beta test gameplay? It is indeed. Thank you for the guides. Well, you're welcome. I'm very happy that you've liked them, that you've enjoyed them. It's good to be able to help people. Please do Mindscape stuff? Yeah, I will. What is the most useful M1 in your opinion? I'd have to like bring up the character list to see, because there's, you know, your usual like strong M1s, like Astra, Yuzuha, etc. But then you also have the busted M1, shall we say, like Dylan, for example, which lets you do the like it has different combo routes of her M1. You take a character like Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Yuan with her M1 and without her M1 is a world of difference. You unlock a brand new playstyle that you just do not have with Zhu Yuan's M1. So technically, that's really, really good. You have stuff like Lada's M1, where usually it's actually not even that good a thing because it can fuck up with your routes because of the increased stun duration. But then you can do 7 chain attacks with Evelyn, which you normally can't do when he's at M0. So okay, now that becomes really, really good for a specific comp. So I think Mindscapes are always a little bit weird, because they're a little bit situational, right? It's not like, what is the best Mindscape here? Like, Harumasa's M1 is also really, really good, because you get the access to... wait, did he just heal? Just one guy? What's going on? A DPS. Oh! Turned into a werewolf out of nowhere. And he attacked without a parry string, that's the thing. So there are moves that you cannot parry, or that you... Oh, no, what's he doing? What? Very jank, to be honest. Like, you see that werewolf jumps, and then he can't actually see the specific time in which I'm meant to parry as a result. And
Out of my way.
the delay, or the weird way in which inputs go in this game was a bit... So double parry.
Timing is everything.
At least these, like, level 2 or rank 2 ones where you're fighting single enemies are a lot cooler than the ads ones. So many content creators are so scared to go with Mindscapes in terms of value. I mean, it's not even in terms of value. It's because, again, they're very situational. Like, it depends on what you're trying to do, what comp you're trying to slot something in. Usually it's just, okay, how much damage does it give you? Like, I know a lot of people don't think Ishuan's M1 is all that good, but the extra adrenaline that you get from it can open up brand new routes on certain fights. And then that can be like, either does very little for you, or can be, this is really, really useful and really, really good. So it depends on what you're doing. And I mean, there's always, you know, your mindscapes like Alice M6, which is complete garbage, it's genuinely terrible. Or like Alice M2, which, you know, once you paired with like Jane M2 and Yuzuha M2, become absolutely busted. So there's like a lot of mindscape interactions, I think. Strongest mindscapes are those that aren't like strong by themselves, but are strong because they interact with some kind of gimmick or some other mindscape that then makes them great. There we go. Finally got the charge attack finisher. Yeah, Fufu M1 is solid. Chingy's M1 was godlike for a very long time. It was carrying that. Chingy remained viable as a unit for a ridiculously long amount of time because of her M1. You got stuff like as well, like M2 tends to be where a lot of power is. Like, I think the strongest mindscape in the entire game, like the singular highest damage increase that you can get out of a mindscape, is Hugo M2. That is probably the single greatest increase in mindscape damage that you can get, but only if you have Dylan. If you don't have Dylan, it's like, okay, still a really big damage increase, but Dylan is what makes it Giga broken, right? So it's all about these interactions. Damn, this is getting pricey. I need to do a lot of XP. TV mode, you liked it when it was gimmicky and minigame? Yeah, the Golden Week event, that was pretty cool. The Golden Week one was nice. Just look up Yuan M1. Really need to get that one. I mean, depends, right? I don't take that as oh, you should get that one, because G1 as a character is not particularly strong. So if you're going to, oh, I'm going to invest in this mindscape because it has a lot of value. It's like, well, it has a lot of value for the character. But if you're trying to do endgame with G1 M1, you'd be better off just get Yishun Guang or something. Just get, get Ishuan or get Ishuan's mindscapes. That's going to take you a lot further than G1's mindscapes, because the character at baseline is going to be a lot stronger. So G1 M1 is not something that I recommend anybody getting right now, because, well, unless you really like the character, in which case, go for it. I have G1 M1, so. But it's not, oh, you're not suddenly going to be getting huge clears as a result. Green's M1 is huge, yeah, it is. What's up, Diggory? It used to be a once a year Lin stream, but this was the second stream this year. And I'll probably be doing some Enfield as well, so we'll see how it goes. You have a video of M2 Hugo? I do, actually. So if you... My original Hugo guide covers it, but if you just go to my Dial-In Deadly Assault rotation guide, I have a run with M2 Hugo and Dial-In there. That it was pretty solid on Marinette, because I think I didn't even have Dial-In Sig for that one. Right? I just did Hugo M2 with Sig, and then Dial-In no Sig and Lighter with. But to be honest, you could kill without Lighter Sig too, I think. Because the Hugo M2 with Dial-In is busted. Well, I guess you can't kill anymore because HP has inflated, so you might need signatures now that there's been some sort of HP inflation. But okay, I can interrupt my own charge attack. But if you just look at like my Dial-In Deadly Assault guide, you see some Hugo MC stuff. Chingy co-op carry, so glad you got to play here again in 2026. True, co-op is bringing characters out of the woodwork. I feel like I'm the only person that has ever... I have never seen a Soldier 11 in co-op. I feel like I'm the only person that has ever played Soldier 11 in co-op. Which is weird, because she even got the revamp of it. Nobody plays it. It's all Ishuans, it's all Miyabis. Yanagi I also never see. I haven't really seen it. I've seen like one other Yanagi. And I've seen a lot of stunners. Like Chingy's and Ladders I see quite a lot of, surprisingly. To be honest, I feel like a lot of people play stunners because you get a lot... It's very easy to build score stunners, I think. I don't know about you, but whenever I'm playing like Lighter, my contribution is always way higher than when I play my DPS. So it feels like stunners are the you can really boost your score by playing with stunners. I think a lot of people play it because of that.
Timing is everything. I've warned you.
Can't believe you said that. What have I said? My once a year stream, my Enfield streaming. This combat system looks alright, but it's definitely not built for full main character swap gameplay. Ish. I mean, the thing with it is you swap by using those little nodes, right? Whenever you build a node, you have like your ambush skill, entry skill, whatever, pursuit. I don't know. It's either pursuit or ambush, either one. But you do the little entry skill when you swap the characters. And when you do like a charge attack or certain specific moves, let your current character linger on field while you swap to another. And I think that's fine. There is a motive for you to swap between characters. You swap to a character to to apply your kind of anomaly or debuffs. You swap to another character to apply daze. You swap to another character to heal. It's just that you swap the characters depending on what it is that you need for a given moment. It's not like, oh, you have like a specific rotation that you follow. Or at least that has been my experience so far. But you do have a special system. This, what is it called? Like a catalyst system, I think it's called. Where whenever you swap to a character via the entry skill, they get like a buff. And that is like pretty good. Reactor, I think it is. Yes. So this, right? So whenever you switch in using that ambush skill, you get a buff. And so that means that you do want to be swapping the characters via this ambush skill as soon as you can. But the whole point is, if you're swapping the characters without the ambush skill, it feels like it doesn't feel very worthwhile unless you specifically need them for something. Like, oh, I need to go to, like this guy to get stunned really quickly. I need to use his ultimate right now for healing. And that kind of swapping. And you happen to have M6 Shingi? Alright, M6 Shingi. That is sick. One of the... Talking about Mindscapes, M6 Shingi is one of the best Mindscapes in the game. Alright, let's do this one. Let's see... Resonance Burst. Oh fuck, let's go for that. I don't think I have the cost for anything else, yeah. Use that all up. Playing Stun Co-op is fun, yeah. To be honest, I do like supportive roles. I did tend to play DPS and MMOs. But I do like taking like more offensive DPS. Like when I played Blade and Soul, Warlock was a sort of like offensive DPS role. And I fuck with that. I like being able to support my mates while still doing damage. And stunners, I kind of like that in co-op. Lucy to be a goofy goober. Lucy is weird. I've tried playing with her, but you just kind of basic attack and spam like specials, I suppose. She felt a bit strange. You spam ultimates, I guess. She gets lots of decibels, but kind of like Withering Waves. Yeah, you do have the entry skill mechanic in Withering Waves. It's very similar to it. Still unlock any boss with M6 Shingi, yeah. If anything, that actually feels like a bit of a problem sometimes, because you want the boss to like do an attack, but then you can't because, oh, I need to parry for decibels. You can't because the boss is like permanently stun locked. Oh man. Okay. I will get one more set of XP materials. Then I'll see if I can do one more potential break. Oh, my crisis level is too low. I might not even be able to go beyond level 30. I think I've completed most of the quests, but out of the loop for Dalan matter while you've been gone is 1 normal ult plus 2 converted ults reasonable at M0P1. Like the way you use EX specials during stun. It depends. It's one of those situations where whether you do like double chain, then your main character's ult, then Dalan converted ult, or do you do Dalan converted ult, character chain, regular ult, and then Dalan converted ult again if you have enough energy to build up to it. It's much harder to build up enough resources with Dalan at M0, and usually you're spending those resources to push for stuns. So unless you are fighting an enemy that pretty much stuns itself, usually at M0 doing like character ult, Dalan ult, and then Dalan ult again, or Dalan converted ult again, tends to not be all that great unless it's kind of like the final the final stun. And even then, usually if you're doing that, you need to save up the energy for it, which you may not be able to if you're actually pushing for that stun. What I think is more common is doing like double chains and then doing the dial and ultimate conversion, like how I've done it with Banue, because that can be pretty good damage and it's great for decibels. But you do need to have enough time to build that gauge back up again, which is quite difficult depending on the fight. Actually, let me do one more. What was it? One more experience. Is Exploration Silver Palace good? Not really. It's weird. Like, you have chests that are strewn about, which you can find. So you can just kind of walk around town and find chests. I like the fact that it's an urban environment, so you're not just kind of walking around in like a super massive open world. It's more constrained, right? It's like, oh, it's in like a little alleyway. You have to go up like a balcony to get it or something like that, or to find it rather. And so in that sense, it's cool. But the problem is the mobility in this game is really mid. It feels clunky, right? It's like the way that you get across and you move around feels weird. You're overly reliant on these like little grappling hook thingies, but they only have it in certain places. Like, okay, here I am. Like, well, I guess I go here now, and then I go there now. It feels like the verticality in the game is not particularly well implemented. And you also have the horse, where if you use the horse, you can just fly and get whatever the fuck you want to be. Like, you don't really care about the parkour aspect of the game, which there isn't really any, right? You can jump over rails, but that's about it, right? So I can jump over a rail, but that's it. There's no like Assassin's Creed, I'm gonna go up and grab a ledge or something as I jump upwards. There's none of that. But like, it's okay. It's not... There is potential for them to like add or have little puzzles around, which they do. Like, oh, for you to open the gate, you need to get like a little box. They do stuff like that. It's very few and far between, and just the general clunkiness of movement makes it somewhat unpleasant to do. But I think these are things that, you know, they have the environment for it, and it wouldn't be too difficult for them in the future betas to refine it. So if you're looking for an open world exploration game, this is not it, but it may get better with time. And I think they have the core systems with which to deliver it. Let's see. Esse é o Genshin Killer? Não. Nenhum jogo é Genshin Killer. And to translate that to English, I'm saying, is this game a Genshin Killer? No, there's no game that will ever be a Genshin Killer. It's like Genshin it's its own thing right at this point. It can never be killed. It's like WoW. Oh, is there gonna be a WoW killer? Oh shit, there's a timer on this? Fuck. I'm not paying attention. I have to redo it. Traveling around needs more work, it does. Looking forward to Astron co-op, saying, wait, did I just restart the timer? What's going on? What did I do? What just happened? I mean, what was that timer for? It was to find the cat. Oh, well, where are the cat footprints? Can I even see these? Am I going insane? I have to say I took a lot of your chatters, which if you start streaming more often, it's probably not very sustainable. I mean, yeah, because it depends on how many people are talking as well, right? So I can stream a lot, but if there are not that many people talking, then it's fine. But the more chatters there are, because I used to do PvP streaming, and at that point I'd rarely engage at all. It's like I'd only talk to somebody if the message was sent after the PvP match was over, because otherwise I'd be backlogging too much. Peak of Exploration has been shooting people on the head to initiate combat. True. Well, if I was witness to WoW during 2020, there are some games that just won't die. Like I don't understand. Like, I meant to like follow like the paw prints. Like, am I blind? It's like I see like these leaves, but these aren't paw prints. These are leaves. Like, is this it? This is just sunlight. Like, where is this cat? To be honest, I have had bug quests before. I got locked out of a quest. Oh, there it is. I just follow the cat. Okay. Chase. Grappling hook. Continue chasing. So it's like an actual chase event. It's not even like, oh, you follow the paw prints. Follow the cat itself. Oh my god, like, for real. Alright. The cat is being very polite and waiting for us. There we go. Cat court. That took me way longer than it should have. I should probably pay attention to the actual game. Dead by Daylight was supposed to have 3 or 4 games that would kill it, but they died instead. I don't think there is. A lot of these like mainstream game killers, isn't it? There will never be a WoW killer. There will never be like it is. Could you even say like Final Fantasy 14, as successful as it is FF14 a WoW killer? I don't think it is. Oh, and talking about exploration, shooting people in the head. We're gonna do some right now. Why is strangely colored hair? Okay, strangely colored hair, stretch marks on skin, and acts alone. If you happen to have these 3 characteristics, you're gonna get shot in the head if you're walking out in the street. So remember, guys, if you happen to lose weight relatively quickly, you, I don't know, have like dyed hair or something, sorry, but you're about to get fucking headshot. That is, out of all the things to shoot somebody in the head for because it's suspicious, I don't think those are the ones. Okay, I don't understand this charge attack. Like, it's so unresponsive. I'm trying to do it after a specific string, but then it doesn't do it. And it feels like there's so much input delay in this game.
Just kidding.
Like I'm playing with like, I don't know, half a second input delay. The cat cool animation makes it look like the cat explodes. It just got absorbed by the like the drain skill. I wonder if she has ever shot somebody on accident. Well, supposedly, she killed the previous queen, which is like this really big line that we get at the very beginning. It's like, oh my god, it's the one that killed the former queen, that murdered the former queen. And you'd think that you'd get a little bit more context about that, but they just dropped that and never mention it again. So who knows? Maybe the queen was just walking out around in a parade. A detective saw the queen and, you know, noticed that she had, you know, a slightly wrinkly skin because she was old and she had like some weird fancy dresses. Yeah, that's suspicious enough. Just headshot the queen, fuck it. We'll deal with the consequences later. And then detective, you know, disappears for 3 years and comes back now and everything is okay. Sorry man, your son was dressing weird that day. Exactly. Unfortunately, he got killed. It's funny because, you know, a lot of the characters, they have, you know, these kind of engaging animations, like, you know, Cinderella does a kick and, you know, Lauren does a punch. But instead of, oh, you know, I'm gonna like slash at you with the lance sword thing, is like, no, just headshot them. I cast a gun, and that is the only thing that needs to be done. It's great. NPCs and mobs that you farm? Yes. The lore reasons is that you have like werewolves and like slime monsters and I don't know, like vampires. You have evil people, evil monsters that disguise themselves as humans. And so if you're suspicious that something is actually a monster in disguise, you can analyze regular people and some of them may be monsters. And so, you know, you fight the monsters that are hiding, and that's kind of the lore reason, right? So you're getting rid of monsters in disguise. But in practice, it just looks like you're shooting some random passerby, and a cloud of darkness puffs up and they become a werewolf. Shoot first, ask questions later. Exactly. Alright, who's this? Who's the lolly character? The most reliable detective? Indeed we are. And who is this? Who is Cynthia? Seeing a character this tiny be treated like an adult is a little bit awkward. My lady. Okay, no, it is a child. That's good. A surprisingly eloquent child, but I guess we can ascribe that to her nobility status. We gotta find lost cats? We literally just chased the cat. Okay. I guess we're doing more cat chasing. What is with cat chasing in this game? Okay, well if you're paying 10 times more than normal, I'll do some cat chasing. I thought the queen was a vampire, Your Honor. Exactly. She was too pale. You know how those royals are all blue-blooded? That's clearly the sign of a monster. Blue-blooded royals deserve getting shot in the head. That is not even a child, it's literally a baby. Yeah, it's just so fucking tiny, dude. I still find, like... I mean, there are some, like, characters that are done, like, child characters that are done okay. Like, I think Klee, for example, is, you know, is your child character. That's fine, because they're, like, very clearly a child. They behave like a child. Their personality is childlike. Everything is child. It's, like, well, like, very, very young. But most of the time you have, well... really young-looking characters that don't act the part, and it's just uncanny. The complete and utter lack of facial expressions on that kid as well. Like, we had so many of them at the start, but now they're so flat, which makes her feel quite weird. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but this person's face is way too... They're not expressing enough emotions. Therefore, we should shoot them. Fortunately, I cannot shoot this person because they're not a monster. She gets 3-year probation for an act of treason. To be honest, technically, she just disappeared for 3 years to do something, I think, but it's not clear on why she was gone for 3 years. It's just, oh, you have come back to the town after 3 years. And we know that she... supposedly, people say that she murdered the queen, and then everybody treats her just like a normal civilian, and everybody forgot about it after that singular line. It's quite weird. Are you sure she's not a monster? Better shoot to be sure. Just shoot everybody. Oh. Look at that. He's got chick accessories. He exercises every day. Exercising every day? Come on. Everybody knows that you should have at least some day of rest. That means that he is clearly not a regular human being. He is a monster, and therefore he deserves to be shot. The fact that normal hair is... normal hair is one of the observations. It's quite funny. Quality of the game when making for the vertical slice to show investors versus the quality when they need to ship it. To be honest, it feels like they polished the game a lot for the first kind of like quarter, shall we say, or the first third of the game was very polished. And they have all the fundamental systems down, which again, they don't have polish, but the systems are there, right? And I think that's fair. It's just that it's very clear that it is like a beta. And I think that's good, because so many games like right now treat betas as kind of like just glorified early access periods. You know, you have a beta, but there isn't that many changes coming from it. So seeing a beta that does seem to be relatively early in kind of the game, well, not early in the life cycle, right? Because early in the life cycle would be when they're figuring out how to build this Unreal 5 and understanding kind of the game mechanics that they want to use for it. But at this point in the game's life cycle, it seems relatively early from a consumer standpoint. And I think that's good, because it means that there's a lot of potential for improvement and optimization. Wait, what am I... the cat just... Oh. Got picked up, I suppose. Gotta go? Alright, thanks for tagging along. I really appreciate it. It's always nice to have people interacting in chat. MSM beta is an NDA instead of promotional. I mean, I think it's okay to be both. I think usually the reason why you have like an NDA beta is like, okay, you get the feedback, but it's also because it's too early in the game. Like, we don't want people to be talking bad about the game because it's too early for that to be done. But at the same time, I think having betas that are early in the game, where, you know, you can see all of these flaws, but is to a polished enough state where, you know, you can see the game fundamentals, I think it's fine. I think like how Supervive did their betas was fine. They had some really early betas which were NDA, but from my experience, a fair bit of, you know, there was a good year plus of the game, like what, year and a half of the game, where it was just kind of constant betas, and it was all public. And they improved the game significantly in that time frame. I think being able to expose the game to a wider audience not just the playtesters and see kind of the general community sentiment around the game can be helpful in its own way. So I think it's fine to have betas that aren't NDAs, but I think it's important for the feedback to be the focus, not the marketing. In this one, it does feel a little bit half-assed. It feels like they did want to show off kind of the Unreal 5 engine kind of gacha anime character look, which I think is pretty neat. So that's technically is the promotional part of here, but it doesn't feel, you know, done in such a way where it's okay. It's only this is, you know, kind of a promotional beta. It definitely feels like a, you know, you are going to be doing feedbacks. They're going to be doing future betas, and that feedback I trust will be acted upon. What the hell did these guys spawn from? Disappearing from nowhere. Alright. 2 shots. Can I do a charge attack? Yes, I can. Have ultimate. Burst them down. I think they die here, unless there's more enemies. Oh, damn, they don't. Didn't get to do the second ultimate, though. I get a free chest. I never know how I'm doing in terms of exploration. Because technically there is meant to be like an exploration progression here. I am only 30% in terms of exploration. So again, I did say that, you know, exploration in this game is not, you know, big, but not big in the sense that there isn't that much to do, but more in the simplicity of exploration. There is clearly quite a bit of stuff to walk around and find and do. Go to the home of the cat lady. And now I'm just like doing quests back to back. Because technically it feels like, you know, I finished all of the main quests, so I'm trying to push this as far as I can, and then once I've kind of experienced what the game has to offer, I will probably go into the surveys. Alright. Speak to merchants and lesser nobility, my lady. What's this about? Cynthia Loon from Preston Villas on the western side of the city. Very formal child. I've come in search of my lost cats. Draymond and... What was that? What happened to her? Sheesh. That was a... Yeah. I think, again, early game was very polished. Late parts not so much. But I think so long as the foundation of the game are there, which it is, and I think it's good enough. But definitely a, like, child possessed by a demon kind of glitch going on right there. Okay. Oh. I mean, take Cynthia's cat out. Are there more cats? Not this one. Wait. A dusty cat. What other cats are there? What is with this game and having... Oh my god, here it happened again. The voting that I did not want to do. So I got this cat, did not get this one. It is a little bit interesting that we're just talking with a door. Talking with a noble lady through the door, or with a cat lady through the door. Okay. You better shoot her just in case. Yeah, you know, just detective things. I guess this game looks like it's going to come out at least a year from now. Yeah, probably more. I think this game probably has, I don't know, maybe at least 1.5, probably 2 years in the oven. I expect another beta, maybe in, I don't know, 6 months time to 6 to a year, 6 months to a year. And I probably expect another beta, maybe 6 months after that. And then maybe release after, if not longer. But I do think we're probably looking at a 2-year plus timeline. Because I think the big thing that they will need to do is, even if, let's say, even if this game was perfectly polished and, you know, was absolutely as good as it could be, everything was fixed, you know, they had everything voiced, perfect animations, whatever, even if they did all of that, the game needs content. And so far I've kind of completed the main story, shall we say, however much of the main story is available to us, within the span of one evening. It was 4 hours yesterday. What's going on? It took me 4 hours yesterday to complete the main story, supposedly. And I'm doing like these little side quests.
I'll take care of it.
And there's the exploration as well. But from the looks of things, you know, I will essentially be done with this game, well, probably by tomorrow. If I go 100% exploration, maybe 4 days. And this isn't like no life game, right? It's just, you know, 3 hours. I mean, 3 hours a day is quite a lot, considering, you know, I'm working 9 to 6. But it's not a particularly long game to 100% everything. So even if they fix the whole game and they have everything polished, they need to have things for you to do. I think when I was doing Enfield, for example, Enfield took a while to go through the whole story. Even with me skipping the majority of like the first part, because they have, you know, they have the original map and then they had like ruling, and well, you know, you could get it done relatively quickly. You still having like the factory optimizations and the wait, what's this? Footprints? Oh, it's just this is the place I have to go. They have like the little factory optimizations and the different like setting up your map, building things and your pylons. It felt like there was a lot to do, where even after a month of play with CBT 2, I was still, you know, I was kind of just about had done all the things that the game expected me to do. But that's like a month, not, you know, 3-4 days. So they would need time just to do things, add content to the game, you know, add more enemies, more bosses, more. Right now we have like Rex as we have the werewolf, which is a regular mob. We have Rex as a boss. We've had Cinderella, which we only fought in the prologue. We haven't fought her again, and that's kind of the only bosses that you have in the game, really. So there's not much enemy variety as well. Okay, it's just gonna disappear immediately. Yes, it is. No speed reading allowed.
Nevermore.
Without any lighting, the faces look far too flat. Yes, that is true. I think it does rely a lot on the kind of the. My God, it's very choppy. I think it's about time I restart, because the frame rate's getting really bad. I guess the whole Unreal Engine 5 lighting, ray tracing, you know, being used as a crutch, and it looks really good when the lighting is there. But you are right. Like in these scenes, it looks quite flat. Like again, it feels like at the first like third quarter of the game, everything was set up really well. You know, you'd see the characters in good lighting conditions. The environments were well suited to the characters. It felt like there was a lot of cinematography going into how things were set up, so you would see the more flattering side of characters. And even just walking around in an open world like this, right? This looks fine. I think the characters look okay. They look really good. Not just okay, really good, I would say. Like in the general open world. Like if I make it go to like nighttime, how does that look? Let's have a look. You still have lighting. It is a little bit flatter, but I guess the feels like the cell shading, it's a bit soft in a way sometimes, but overall it looks okay. And the little lamppost. I think daytime looks better than nighttime for character, or for the character view. Although the environments look quite nice with, you know, the lampposts and these like mana streams going around. The city looks great at night. The characters look great during the day. I think that's how I would put it. Do you recommend Enfield? Is the gameplay engaging enough in your opinion? I do recommend Enfield. I really like it. It's a bit weird because the combat is very simple at first, but there's a lot of optimizations that you can do, which is kind of the videos that I want to make, right? I think if you only play the combat like with the super simple, you know, keep mashing basic attack and then use your combo skill and use your regular skill, it can get quite repetitive. But if you start doing kind of more advanced animation cancels and you play around with team building and kind of you do like the fancy tech stuff, it can be really enjoyable to speedrun. And there's just a lot to do in the game. I think if you like Factorial or Satisfactory, the factory building is pretty interesting. It's nowhere near the level of depth, but for a gacha game at the very least, I think it's done relatively well. It can be frustrating at times because you do need it for like gear. If you don't like the factory system, you are kind of required to interact with it. So it isn't for everyone, but I personally found it interesting enough, and I like the variety of teams that you can. Well, even at this early point, there are a lot of different teams that you can play around with, or a lot of different character combinations, and I just think routing and kind of planning out how a fight should go is a big part of how Enfield combat is going to be, and having the ability to not only plan out your team, but also plan out your route and then be able to execute that route with, you know, more advanced techniques is pretty engaging. I think the problem with Enfield is the lack of endgame. Like endgame to me was just kind of speedrunning bosses, and the Umbro Monument mode, which does not seem to be a rotating endgame, or seems to be like a very, very long duration, like it lasted months or something. So the lack of a rotating endgame, I think, is somewhat problematic, but I trust that they will add that later on down the line. I mean, if you think about it, Zenless Zone Zero endgame was complete garbage up until 1.4. Like, it was literally just shield defense, and it was like that was literally it. Once we started getting, you know, tower and deadly assault, and, you know, our threshold simulation, and, you know, like score system for deadly assault, which now got moved on to Shiyu, I think the Zenless Zone Zero endgame has progressed a lot. And if we had not gotten Deadly Assault in 1.4, I probably would not be playing Zenless Zone Zero right now. I probably have quit. So I think Enfield is one of those games that, you know, I'll give it 6 months, 8 months, and you'll probably have a more solid rotating endgame that people will be able to try hard. But fundamentally, the game is good, and it's very well polished. Like, even if you don't plan to play the game for the long term, just, it's a free game. Just pick it up and treat it like a AAA gaming experience. You know, imagine that you just paid $60, or $80 now because the prices have been increasing. But, you know, say you paid, you know, your one-time fee for a game, and you just play with like the standard team. You know, your Administrator, Perlica, Chen, Wolfguard. You just play with them and just complete everything. And that alone is going to be a really solid gaming experience that I would recommend. So even if you don't intend to play the game in the long term, I would at the very least encourage everybody to just kind of pick up the game and try it. Give it a go. Even if it's just single player campaign experience, because I found that enjoyable enough. Have you tried flying upwards towards the light streams or wandering balloons? I have. Well, not the light streams. There is like some things that you can do. There's like some little like circles that you can pass through, but I don't think I'll be able to go all the way to the full light stream. She 1.0 was fun for Anomaly Disorders. It was okay to speedrun, but like even back then, Zenless Zone Zero was very awkward, right? You had like the ultimates being not shared, which was very rough. You had the no manual chain attacks. It was a very awkward time, I think, for the game, but it was still kind of trying to find their identity. So while it was fun, it's like it's not something that I would see myself doing super long term. Because, especially with early Shiyu, because early Shiyu was, like, if you compare the HP of early Shiyu with now, it's incomparable. I say compare, but you can't, because it is incomparable. It's so different. So, like, back then, you'd be getting, like, 30-second Shiyu clears with, like, M0P1, M0P0 even. Like, really, really fast Shiyu clears. So you'd really spend almost all of your time just like restarting, I guess it was. Even back then when people didn't have great gear, things just died a lot more easily. And I think the lack of score, just the fact that it was speedrunning with timers, made it, I guess, less enticing in a way. So it was like fun, but if Shiyu was the only endgame, and like the cool thing about having both Deadly Assault and Shiyu is that, you know, you do one and then you do the other. It's like, it's fresh because they rotate the alternating endgames, right? Every week you got a new one. Whereas before you kind of had to wait for Shiyu to reset. So you did Shiyu and then that's it. You got nothing else to do. Whereas now, you know, you can do Shiyu and then there's Deadly Assaults that comes out every week. And then if you want to, you know, try and grind out scores, you can do Threshold Simulation. And although I'm not very fond of how they've implemented Tower, that is something that a lot of people do, like, you know, to climb out, get the title. At the very least, like, the first 50 floors, the first 100 floors of Tower are decently enjoyable as a one-time experience. Just a variety of things that you can do now in Endgame is great. Whereas before, it's just like, okay, you do Shiyu and that's it. Thoughts on making the A reset every week? Is that 90% of the fun of the game? I mean, personally, I would probably like it, but if I were to speak from a general perspective, I don't think it would be good. Because the majority of players can already struggle, you know, majority of casual players can already find it difficult to kind of clear everything in time. And especially if you're pushing for a specific score, I think 2 weeks is a good enough time to be able to grind things out. If you only had 1 week, especially if it's like a new boss, you come into the new boss and then you're already having to kind of you know, maybe spend an hour or two trying to figure out a route, you know, day 1, day 2, and then you maybe try and grind a little bit by day 3, and then, you know, you end up getting busy and you don't get to do much on day 4, and then day 5 comes around and it's like, okay, now it's the week, so not the weekend, it's like Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, you know, it's about to reset, and you barely had time to grind for your score. So I think it lasting 2 weeks is fine because the game, Deadly Assault, is very replayable as an encounter. You can continuously grind scores and keep doing better. So it's one of those where I think it's fine as it is. I think having Deadly Assault 1 week and Shiyu another provides enough variety without making it feel like you need to like hurry up and rush and do something consistently. Just doing Lost Void every week already gets annoying for me, to be honest. And that's something that you can just, you know, only have to do a few runs so you can get the Z merits. Imagine having to do 3 different bosses every single week for Deadly Assault when grinding scores. But again, my mindset is like the score grinder, where I would probably be okay with, you know, having multiple bosses all the time and just continuously experiment with different routes. But for anybody more casual, I don't think it'd roll. Usually is fun enough for me. Having weekly endgame resets is already pretty nice. I like having more time to grind out runs if I feel like it. Exactly, yeah. Alright. Open for business. I think this is the last quest that we have then. Or like the... I'm sure if I walk around, I will be able to get more... more regular quests. But it is getting quite late for me now. It's almost 11. I do have my good old 9 to 6. So once I set up this real estate, I think what I'll do here is, once I'm done with this... Oh, income. I guess you make money from... I'm not sure what this income is or what this currency is, or what I use this for. So I guess so I track this, and then if I go to it, I can buy it? Let's have a look. And during this, I can also try flying up to the balloons. I think my stamina will not allow me to do this. Yeah, I think I'm out of stamina and the horse starts falling to the ground. And I'm just gliding because I have no stamina. I guess you can't go all the way up. But you can refresh your stamina with these. And that lets you continue. Oh, I want to go down now, please. Gotta run your video store? Yeah. You can't escape the video store. Lost Void is pretty tiring because you pretty much need buffs to clear it in a reasonable time. It's not fun buffs. Yeah, fair enough. If it was more like... If it was actually more challenging content, like a proper like roguelike game mode, I think it'd be cooler or more enjoyable to grind. But it's just, you know, just pick up buffs and just run through everything. Demolish a room in 5 seconds. What's this? City exploration lets me swap between districts. And then you have quarters within each individual district. This seems interesting. Top left of the corner shows, top left of the map shows the current quarter's exploration progress and the locations of unresolved events within it. I guess my 30% exploration isn't even the world, it's just that specific location of the world.
Who's hit this here?
Actually, I am getting a bit tired and I have not had dinner yet, so I was planning on doing the survey, but I think I will do that survey tomorrow. Not sure if I will be streaming tomorrow. I think there's quite a lot of content that I have to catch up on.
Speed up.
Especially preparing for Arknight's Enfield release. Because I have not even started on any of my videos, and since that game is releasing like a week at this point, I'm going to need to up my game, considering I haven't even done Yeshun Guangguanzhao. I think that is gonna be it for me. I'll stop here. 11 no dinner, yeah. To be honest, I like sleeping late and I like eating late. Like if I could, if bedtime for me could be like 3:30 a.m., I would be very happy. Unfortunately, the world does not work that way. So maybe one day if I start working US hours, like if I work for an American company while living here in the UK, I'd probably be a lot happier. Not only because I'd probably get paid more, but because I would be able to have my own kind of sleep schedule. But as it is, I think I have to not destroy my sleep schedule. All right, I will do my best to try and stream more often. I'm not much of a streamer, but more of a video guy. But it's been relatively enjoyable. You guys have the chat interactions have been quite fun. We'll see whether or not I can manage them in the future, but I'll certainly be streaming some Enfield as well. I'm not sure if I'll do more Silver Palace streams. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, but don't count on it. At the very least, I will certainly be coming back for Enfield when that releases. For now though, that's it for me. I've been rambling for too long. Thank you all for watching.